السيدات والسادة الحضور، أهلا بكم في جلسة الاستماع. السيدات والسادة الحضور، أهلا وسهلا بكم في جلسة الاستماع السابعة من الدورة 45 لمحكمة الشعوب الدائمة. باسمي خالد كيالي وباسم التحالف أرحب بكم اليوم في هذه الجلسة المخصصة للاستماع حول الاتهامات المتعلقة بانتهاكات حقوق اللاجئين والمهاجرين في قضايا الصحة. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 7th hearing of the 45th sessions of the Permanent Peoples Tribunal. My name is Khaled Kayali, and on my behalf and on behalf of the Alliance, I welcome you today to this session. Through this session, we want to raise awareness about the human rights violations and impunity in Germany and in the European borders politics. Before Selina elaborates on that and tell you more about this event today, I would like to draw your attention to measurements related to COVID-19. First, the seats are arranged in a way that there is 1 meter between each seat and 1.5 meters between each row. Please try to not move the seats. When sitting, you can remove the face mask, otherwise it should be worn always. Hand sanitizers are placed around the hall. You can find it and feel free to use it. Also, devices for automatic air purifications are distributed in the hall, and it's there to make the air fresh and clean. For speakers and witnesses, please always use this fabric. It's one-time use, and we will try to disinfect the microphone always. If you have any questions, please refer to me or to Selina. She will be here always. Now she will elaborate about the event today and for the next 2 days. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Selina, and together with Khaled, I will guide you through the Berlin Tribunal. And first of all, this Berlin Tribunal, or the Berlin hearing, is truly special because it takes place in the midst of a pandemic, and we are still here, and we still fight against injustice and the human rights violations migrants and refugees have to experience on a daily basis. And also what makes it further special is that today we're not only here and present in this room, but also online. So we have this hybrid format to make this happen today. And I would just say that this Berlin hearing, as Khaled already mentioned, is part of a series of hearings which took place all across Europe. And the Berlin hearing is also part of the 45th session on the human rights violations with impunity migrants and refugee people experienced in Europe and in the context of the European border regime. And with this Berlin Tribunal, we will have 8 different hearings with different thematic focuses covering access to health, the situation on the Greek islands, the criminalization of solidarity, the criminalization and racialization of refugees and migrants, and the topic of migrant workers' rights. And these topics will be presented by organizations who are not only in Germany fighting every day to make this world a better place, but also from organizations who are involved in that fight across Europe. So I will just give you a short overview of what will happen today. So this is the first day. So this will be kind of the introduction to the whole tribunal and to the whole Berlin hearing at all. So first we will give a short introduction. So there will be different welcome speeches and messages from the co-conveners of the Berlin Tribunal. And this will be IPPNW, Borderline Europe, and also our European partners. Also European partners. And then the 45th session will be presented again with a broader focus, also explaining how this Berlin hearing fits in the context of what already happened. And we will also present our jury, which will be essential to this tribunal because they will provide us with the insight and they will give comments, and they will also be kind of a guidance for you who are in front of the in front of your laptop, or in front of your television, or maybe even here in this room. And at last, we will also present we will also present our indictment. And then we will actually go into what we aim to do in this tribunal, which is to give space for refugees and migrants to raise their voice, and also for organizations who work to advocate for the rights of migrants and refugees to explain what they do. And we will have 2 hearings on the access to healthcare in Germany and in Europe, and also a 3rd hearing on the European Union border politics. So yeah, I think now we will start first with the welcome speeches provided via video from IPPNW and Borderline Europe. Thank you.
Good afternoon, dear jurors, dear organizing partners, dear audience. My name is Carlotta Konrad, and I am a member of the German board of IPPNW, the International Physicians for the Prevention of Nuclear War, and also the Physicians in Social Responsibility. At the moment, I'm still at work at the hospital, but I surely will join the hearing later. Together with the Permanent Peoples Tribunal and many other old and new partners, we have spent nearly 3 years preparing for this weekend. Within our organization, we have a very active working group of experts and physicians in the field, getting in touch with all different health-wise and medical challenges of migration. We lay, for example, one special focus on children, demanding a decent evaluation of each refugee child and their needs, instead of dangerous and not indicated use of radiation and X-ray to determine the age of the children. Here in Germany, a lot of the support, education and living conditions are attached to the age of the arriving children. We have another focus on the humanitarian consequences of deportation and published a report just at the beginning of this October. It describes the fatal consequences of the situation before, during and after deportation for the health of the individual. It further tells stories of our patients and gives advice to those colleagues engaged in this field. So we as doctors demand and lobby for the rights of migrant and refugee people, as many find themselves in a vulnerable situation. Never should any human be handled as an object or used for any political intention. Second to that, a core theme for the IPPNW is mental health and the identification of treatment required. The challenges these specific needs bring with them every day, and especially during legal processes. For now, we're looking forward to an important and relevant tribunal on the human right of health for migrant and refugee people. We all have lots to learn this weekend, and we need to listen well to the prepared contributions and testimonials. The governments of Europe as well as Germany are the key drivers of these violations of human rights and bound to improve the situation urgently. Having a hearing during this pandemic is something the Alliance made possible, and we are very, very thankful. Thank you to all the human rights and health organizations and self-help organizations for migrants and activists who participate. You show the importance of political advocacy work for all human beings at all time, and the time-critical change that is needed right now. I hope we have a productive weekend, and see you later.
Hallo und herzlich willkommen im Namen von Borderline Europe. Wir sind ein Verein mit Sitz in Berlin, Palermo und Lesbos und leisten mit unserer Arbeit zivilen Widerstand gegen das europäische Grenzregime. Die Vorbereitungen für die Berliner Anhörung des Permanent Peoples Tribunals unterstützen wir schon von Anfang an. Und dementsprechend freuen wir uns sehr, dass die Anhörung jetzt wirklich stattfinden kann.
Das letzte halbe Jahr hat für alle sichtbar und in einem extremen Ausmaß gezeigt, wie ungleich der Zugang zum Menschenrecht auf Gesundheitsversorgung verteilt ist und wie viele Menschen auch in Deutschland davon ausgeschlossen sind. Die gegenwärtige Politik Deutschlands und der EU tut nichts, um dies zu ändern. Sie setzt im Gegenteil auf Abschreckung, Abschottung und kriminalisiert Flucht und solidarisches Handeln. Das hat direkte Auswirkungen auf die Gesundheit der Flüchtenden. Im schlimmsten Fall bedeutet dies sogar, dass Menschen auf dem Fluchtweg oder nach ihrer Ankunft sterben. Mit dem Tribunal wollen wir zeigen, wie sehr das Recht auf Gesundheit Geflüchteten und Migrantinnen immer wieder verwehrt wird. Die Anhörung an diesem Wochenende soll eine Plattform sein, auf der Betroffene von ihren Erfahrungen berichten können und auf der wir diese Missstände öffentlich anklagen.
Wir freuen uns sehr, dass so viele Gruppen und Einzelpersonen mit dabei sind, aus Deutschland und ganz Europa, und dass das Tribunal so zu einem Ort wird, an dem so viele starke und wichtige Stimmen zusammenkommen. In diesem Sinne wünschen wir euch allen empowernde Tage und hoffen, dass wir auch in Zukunft zusammenarbeiten werden, gegen Menschenrechtsverletzungen und für eine Politik, die sich an und nicht gegen Menschen richtet, für Bewegungsfreiheit für alle Menschen.
Thank you to Borderline Europe. Now we will hear the video messages of our European co-conveners, Jill Pelizaro and Federico Pacheco.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me well? I think so. Yes, so good afternoon. And first of all, thank you very much for giving me this space and giving me the possibility to give some words before the beginning of this hearing in Berlin. As said, my name is Jill Belisario, and I am here to represent Transnational Migrant Platform in Europe. And first of all, I want to thank the co-conveners and the members of the PPT and the jurors, and especially also the team in Berlin, who has been working really hard that this hearing is organized today in the middle of this pandemic. And most importantly, I want to thank all who have brought their struggles and will present their testimonies during the hearing within this weekend. As migrant and refugee organization, we organize ourselves as protagonists, not only for ourselves, our communities, but also for building an inclusive society in several cities in Europe, of which we belong. From our experience, fundamentally, migration has always been and will always be a part of human development, and consider migration as a form of resistance to the inequalities and exploitative tendencies inherent in global capitalism. From its formation in 2008, Transnational Migrant Platform in Europe has shared a common analysis of inequality, not only as being locked into a lower so-called unskilled low-pay employment or work opportunity, including the second generation, but also an inequality in structural racism, sexism, and in access to fundamental human rights. During its 2016 assembly, the TMPE and the participating social movements such as La Via Campesina, and in other hearings, we have Unite and LAB Union, decided to collaborate in a more long-term strategy that required a sustained approach of intersectionality and cross-community and cross-sector organizing, integrating gender and racial inequality. Furthermore, it was decided to approach the Permanent Peoples Tribunal to hold the 45th session on the violation with impunity of the human rights of migrants and refugee peoples by European Union and its member states. Although the crisis or the pandemic currently experienced in Europe today affects all peoples, but as migrants and refugee people, we are confronted with Europe's migration policy of necropolitics. During the hearings between, as Khalid and Selina mentioned, sorry, I was distracted. Many testimonies are given about how necropolitics exposed migrants and refugees to death at borders, including policy of pushbacks and aggressive prohibition of sea rescue, and hotspots and camps such as Moria, where people are meant to live in very bad conditions. how migrants' testimonies about how migrants and refugees are reduced to precarious conditions and systemically excluded and relegated to work and live in sites without rights. After the hearing of the PPT in its overall judgments, it has concluded that taken together, the immigration and asylum policy and practices of the EU and its member states constitute a total denial of fundamental rights of people and migrants and are veritable crimes against humanity and must be recognized as system crimes. However, despite the COVID era restrictions and longer-term relegation of migrant and refugee peoples to sites without rights, we are encouraged by, for example, this hearing and the different resistance in countrysides, agricultural farms such as in Spain, Italy, and in many cities in Europe, which we have seen the last months, and demands of arising merged with demands for an end to borders and papers for all regularization now. Although what I want to put forward here, our biggest challenge currently, however, in Europe context, especially within the introduction of the EU Migration Pact, is finding the basis and strategy for convergence towards a sustained Europe-wide campaign that unites various strands of struggle we hold in common, migrants and refugees, and marginalized and impoverished citizens. There are many citizens, individuals, and organizations and movements resisting alongside migrants and refugees in many different capacities, from organizing to standing bail, from advice to speaking out. We hear the voices of resistance just like today, within this weekend, not only testimonies about the violations, but all the voices of resistance and how they are creating trans-border solidarities and collective strategies of survival. But together, I think there is hope. We are making new spaces, just like Melissa, who will also present during this hearing. They are turning the borderlands into sites of constructive and alternative politics to the capitalist regime. We are linking our struggles with struggles addressing extractivism of corporations and the corporate-driven development model in our home countries, and these struggles are also ours for food sovereignty, for climate justice, labor rights in our workplaces, gender and feminist struggles, rejecting racism and Islamophobia. Our members, I think our numbers are growing, and we say together, it is not a crime to migrate and seek refuge, it is a human right. I call for wall must fall, let's globalize hope. Thank you.
Sí, hola. Bueno, en primer lugar, agradecer a todas las personas que han hecho posible la celebración de este evento en estas circunstancias tan complicadas, al Tribunal Permanente de los Pueblos, a los jueces, a la red de apoyo al TPP, a los testigos y las testigos que van a participar en el evento, y sobre todo un agradecimiento especial al grupo de organización en Alemania, que yo creo que ha hecho un gran esfuerzo para lograr que esta sesión tenga lugar en estas circunstancias, como decía. Yo represento a la Vía Campesina Europa, hemos estado presentes en esta sesión del Tribunal Permanente de los Pueblos sobre las violaciones de derechos de los migrantes y de los pueblos migrantes desde su inicio en el año 2017. Se han realizado varias audiencias en Palermo, en París, 2 en Barcelona, en Londres, tocando diferentes aspectos como las fronteras exteriores, las fronteras interiores, los derechos laborales de los migrantes, la situación de los niños, de las mujeres, y en este caso vamos a centrarnos en el tema de la salud. en general hemos venido denunciando en toda esta sesión la situación de violación de derechos de los migrantes, tanto en los países de origen, donde se dan la situación de colonialismo y de acaparamiento y pillaje de los recursos que fuerzan a las poblaciones a emigrar, pero también lo que es la necropolítica y la violación de derechos en el itinerario y en las fronteras, y también cuando las personas inmigrantes llegan a Europa en la situación de discriminación, de segregación y de racismo que tienen que soportar, ¿no? En la última sesión que tuvimos en Bruselas, como se decía, se quedó claro que existe una situación de negación de derechos y lo que denominamos un crimen de sistema que afecta a las poblaciones migrantes. Este año pensábamos tener una sesión en Túnez, en el mes de marzo, que no se ha podido realizar, en donde queríamos también centrarnos en lo que eran las causas de la migración y la situación en los países de origen, que nos queda pendiente para sucesivas sesiones, ¿no? Yo quería destacar en este momento, en esta situación de pandemia que ha generado una crisis que no es solo sanitaria, sino una crisis social, una crisis económica, política y también cultural, se ha dado una situación interesante, que es que toda la población europea, o gran parte, ha tenido que vivir una situación que los y las migrantes vivimos normalmente. Esa situación de confinamiento y de restricción de los derechos fundamentales, o el derecho de circulación, esa situación en que tener que escondernos de la policía o temer que nos controlen, en esa situación de represión que existía, pero está claro que la población migrante ha sufrido aún más las consecuencias de estos confinamientos o de estas crisis que se han generado durante este año. Y constatamos que hay un agravamiento de las condiciones previas que ya digamos, soportaba la población migrante, de la violación de derechos que existía. Desde la vía campesina hemos analizado la situación y vemos que por una parte hay tres elementos que quería destacar. Por un lado, que ha quedado muy clara el papel que juega la población migrante en Europa, que lleva adelante y saca adelante eso que se llama los sectores esenciales de la producción y de la vida, ¿no? El servicio doméstico, la agricultura, los cuidados, la construcción, el papel relevante que tiene la población migrante, los trabajadores y trabajadoras, e incluso gran parte de ellos trabajadores sin papeles. Se ha visto eso muy claro. Por otra parte, se ha visto que los estados y la Unión Europea, cuando quiere, puede sacar recursos económicos y políticos y sociales, y si de la misma manera que se ha movilizado recursos para salvar vidas del COVID, es posible, y está claro, que se podrían movilizar recursos para salvar vidas de los náufragos en el estrecho, en las fronteras, en los asentamientos. También eso es posible. Pero la respuesta de las administraciones y de los estados europeos no ha ido en el sentido de reconocer derechos, sino por el contrario, que las medidas que se han tomado en tema de regularización de papeles o de derechos laborales, de movimiento, han sido solamente establecidas en base a un concepto utilitarista del migrante como mano de obra, como recurso, y así, si había que trasladar trabajadores rumanos a Alemania y había que saltarse medidas de seguridad, pues se hacía, y si había que retener gente en las fronteras y regularizar de una manera, dar papeles para que puedan trabajar en un determinado sector, se hacía, pero en ningún caso ha habido un reconocimiento general o un cambio estructural, un reconocimiento de derechos a los papeles, a los derechos laborales y derechos sociales. Esta sesión se realiza en Alemania en un momento importante de lo que es la presidencia alemana de la Unión Europea. ¿Cuál ha sido la respuesta de la Unión Europea a esta situación? Y el último caso más sangrante, que ha sido el incendio en el campamento de Moria, en el asentamiento, ha sido bajo un lenguaje pretendidamente humanista. Lo que ha sido es plantearnos este nuevo pacto europeo por la migración y el asilo, que va en la línea del Global Compact que se planteaba en la ONU, que simplemente lo que viene es a reforzar esta política de segregación, de control, de represión hacia el migrante, de limitación de derechos, con una solidaridad entre los estados, pero es colaboración entre los estados europeos para seguir aplicando esta política de restricción de derechos y facilitar a través de un mayor control de la población, de la utilización de la tecnología en ese sentido, un control para limitar el movimiento, para encerrar a las personas y para expulsarlas en el caso que es necesario. Y también viene a reforzar la colaboración con los países terceros, con los países africanos, asiáticos, americanos, en el sentido de garantizar no el reconocimiento de sus derechos en sus países de orígenes o mejorar la situación de los migrantes, sino para facilitar la identificación, el control y la expulsión a sus países de origen. Entonces, quería finalizar esto con decir, bueno, desde los movimientos sociales apoyamos esta celebración, estas sesiones del Tribunal Permanente de los Pueblos, porque creemos que las resoluciones y los análisis que aquí se hacen son un instrumento fundamental, no solo para la difusión de una realidad que existe, sino también para la concienciación de la población sobre esta realidad que decíamos de negación de derechos y de crimen de sistema contra los pueblos migrantes, sino también que es un instrumento para nuestras luchas, para nuestra organización de alianzas y, como se decía, para la resistencia que ya están realizando las personas migrantes y que tenemos que realizar como movimiento organizado. En ese sentido, ya en Marrakech habíamos planteado que frente al Global Compact, que frente a los pactos europeos, nosotros proponíamos un pacto mundial de solidaridad y de derechos de los migrantes. Yo creo que ese es el camino y bueno, y deseo un buen trabajo en estos 3 días de sesiones del Tribunal Permanente de los Pueblos y yo creo que vamos a salir más reforzados en argumento, en actitud y en motivación para seguir adelante con nuestra resistencia. Muchas gracias.
Thank you for this input. Now we will listen to Luciana Castellina, the president of the Permanent Peoples Tribunal, and also to Gianni Tignoni, the Secretary General. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. It's Simona Fraudatario from the PPT. Luciana Castellina, unfortunately, has problems of connection. We can see her, but she can't listen to us and see us. So I asked Gianni to speak first, and in the meantime, we'll try to solve the problems of Luciana. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay. Again, sorry to anticipate what Luciana, I think, was important to say in order to give a broader framework for the work of the Permanent Peoples Tribunal. But I will try to say something, try not to repeat too much what has been said before by Jill and Federico of Ria Campesina and the TNI on the previous sessions. My purpose is not to summarize what has been the work of the tribunal so far in the migrants, all the procedures and the documents and testimonies which have been produced over the last 3 years, more or less, and in 5 sessions, are obviously available both in the site of the tribunal, hopefully also in the use of the movements. And then it is important to maintain the idea that we are in a process of a tribunal. We are not here judging one piece after another of a complex situation. We are trying to accompany a historical process, which is in fact an historical process which certainly has as a center on one side as victims or declared victims, migrants and refugees, but is an historical process which has to do possibly even more with the identity of Europe. And Europe in the sense of being the region of the world where formally human rights or people rights should be formally respected, because legislation and constitutions appear to be, or appeared to be, more open to a policy of reception, recognition of the others. Now, what has been documented in the 5 or 6 sections, depending on whether we include Brussels, has been in fact that there has been a critical transformation from the point of view of what could be seen in the tribunal, but also in the historical facts and in the juridical facts. Federico mentioned before Marrakesh, and then now the Global Compact, the European, or the Pact, the European Pact, no changes. It seems that there is on one side facts which are occupying dramatically the chronicles with tens of hundreds of people who are dying or are expelled, who are suffering. On the other side, with a completely different rhythm, a series of documents which are produced and they are repeating themselves. With respect to something which is happening tragically and which is seen as a real threat to the human sense of life, there is a practical immobility of society in terms of looking for solution. Now, this incapacity or indifference or unwillingness of the international community to face a historical crisis with a design is possibly the most dramatic common denominator of what has been happening. And I will try to summarize briefly in 3 characteristics of this evolution. The previous speaker have mentioned a term which has been used since the beginning in the first opening session of the tribunal in Barcelona in 2017, a necropolitics. The term is synthetic. It says a politics which is producing death, or is in fact expressed simply in a counting of death. Migration has more or less a COVID contagion. The COVID pandemic is a necropolitics. Nothing is done. The only things which happens is the counting of dead people in different countries. No remedies, except locking down, like for migration in concentration camps. There is something which is happening. It's a kind of virus which is contaminating Europe, and necropolitics says virus must be killed if possible. The COVID-19 cannot be killed, migrant, yes. It's simply because you don't need to kill them. You leave them dying. It's enough to be those who are not responding to their requests or needs, And in one way or another, they are disappearing or dying. In the death, in the desert, the seas, or they are disappearing. And it's interesting what has been happening in these days also in the Mediterranean. Italy is dealing with Libya for the treaties. And there they say, no, we have agreed with the approval of Europe to have the Libyan Coast Guard responsible for that. Now it has been discovered or shown that the Coast Guard is in fact under the control of Erdogan, because the Erdogan military police is in fact controlling the Libyan Coast Guard, which gives the idea that in fact the situation is totally out of any reasonable or expected control. So necropolitics has been and appeared to be in 2017 already in the opening of the tribunal a term which was at least symbolically synthetic of what was happening. What I think has been happening is in fact that the necropolitics as something which is acute has been transformed progressively in a normal policy, in the sense that all the sessions, we have here the Philippe Texier, who is the president of the tribunal, and was presiding also the session in Paris, which was the second session after Palermo. He was also in Palermo as one of the protagonists. And the comparison of two countries was progressively showing that in fact the problem was no more for migrants. Migrants were everywhere. Somebody who was representing something which was, you know, a body which was occupying a non-due space in the society. And the differences in the politics of Europe was in fact simply a matter of frontiers. The Mediterranean was more for Italy, the Alps were more for France, but the way of using the constitution or their responsibility with respect to Europe was absolutely similar. Migrant should not be a problem. The critical attitude of Europe was we have to do everything to make the migrants not a problem. And that is, in fact, what was clearly evident also in the English session, where there was also a background we have to listen, and also during this session, a kind of we don't need to do anything. What we have to do is to create an hostile environment for migrants. That's enough. If we declare that they are enemies, then this society is producing antibodies, is producing violence, and the states are producing violent responses. So the years of since 2017 or 16, as has been said, has been years where, in fact, migrants were seen as a kind of part of the chronicle, whatever was happening. Sometimes there was something more tragic than something else. There was some, you know, event which was more dramatic when you have children or something like that. And it could be that in one Greek island could have also a disaster like the recent one, which was disturbing the chronicle because it was too heavy to be hidden in the chronicle. It's interesting to see that if you see Europe confronted with the COVID-19 crisis, the migrants disappeared. During the months of the lockdown, everything, no chronicle of migration. The migrants disappeared from any newspaper, any chronicle. They were coming, they were invading, but in fact, it was so good to have another emergency to make them simply disappear. certainly we are saying they have tried also to transform migrants and refugees is a further evil or risk for the European population without succeeding too much, because migrants were not so old and in refugees to die too much. So they were not making any chronicle. But that is really something which we have to look now, because also this session is looking for the health right, and health right, it has been seen also with the COVID problem, is not simply access to one drug or another. For COVID, there are no rights because we have no drugs for COVID. And therefore, what is the medicine for COVID? What is the medicine for migrants? Migrants must be locked down. Locked down in whatever way. They have really not to be, in fact, part of the history of Europe. They must be confined in whatever mean, juridically, politically, physically, and Europe does not have a specific space for them, except in the planning, general planning, possibly declaration of the head of the European Commission, those claims which are then practically downplayed when you have to make some decision. Now, what is the challenge? And I try not to go so long. I hope that Luciana also will be ready. But the point I was making is that what was the claim of the tribunal, and is even more now the claim because of what has been happening over the years, the claim of the tribunal since the first session in Palermo was, as Federico was saying, look, say, the problem is not to condemn on who to condemn. The facts are so clear. They are simply documenting that we do not have a tool for providing an answer, which is simply not a recognition that there is a kind of ongoing, slowly burning genocide, as has been said in various situations. Now, the problem is that genocide is something which has to do with people, migrants, what they need in order to have any chance in the future to be recognized is not to be a sum of individuals or groups coming from different exiles, environment, poverty, war. We have to recognize that, I don't know whether I am juridically correct, but symbolically, and it has been said already in the first session, it is more or less like in the time of the fights against slavery. I could say, I think that we have to imagine today in the global world that these transversal people represent as a people, migrants, refugees, as a reality which is different, more or less what has been the identity and the role of liberation movements from colonial powers. The fact of recalling, underlining that a global world has to do with different definition of people, different definition of rights, different definition of citizenship, different definition of what is the translation of globalization, not simply in terms of concentration of richness, power in few hands, but globalization as a tool for universalizing democracy. Migrants are those who are recalling that priority to Europe. Europe is deaf in that sense, because we are developing on the opposite side more nationalisms. In a global society, we are imploding ourselves, and in that implosion, obviously, we do not have a space for thinking of migrants. It's difficult in the Chronicle of Europe to have an imagination of a different way of being together in so different situations. It's different to imagine a different way of organizing labor. It's different to imagine something which has to do with school, with anything. Nothing has been done, despite the many promises or so for the COVID epidemic or pandemic. And the same is true for migrants. From time to time, some counting of the bodies, COVID or migrants, it's more or less the same. How many are the deaths in excess in a society? And each day we have, in Paris or in France, we have 40,000 in excess. In Italy, 25,000, the other side. It's just kind of really, we are spectator of something for which we do not have an immediate answer, and therefore we could easily simply forget or making them disappearing. Now, I think that this problem is critical. As I said before, it is critical not only for the migrants and refugees, different way the session in UK was very clear together with that in Paris in putting to evidence the strict continuity and the complementarity of migrants and refugees, but on the platform of considering one people who needs to have a different space in a global society, irrespective of language and ethnic and something like that. If we are now in a closing section of this process, we are also at the beginning of another process, because I think that once the Permanent Peoples Tribunal has tried to show, and possibly has shown, that international law, European law, are unwilling to take the problem, and that the migrant people is a people of like a liberation movement, we have to try to really support strongly a real political, cultural, juridical fight, medium, long term. Is not an easy fight. It's something which is forbidden by our society. And the way of maintaining the visibility, which is the first way of restituting really to people their identity, to be visible, to have a habeas corpus which is real and not simply declared, I think that is the first duty for the future. And I think that the fact of having health and welfare as one of the critical issue for Germany, a very rich country, a model country for so many things, is interesting because health is not, and the COVID-19 has clearly shown, health does not exist as a separate entity. Health is one of the name of life. If you do not have life in dignity, health is a minor variable. Virchow, a German scientist, was saying that medicine at the end is a politics made with social means. And in fact, it's what has to say. Health is an indicator of the capacity of recognizing human rights in each individual, no one excluded. And I think that is the main message of this important session, which concludes a process, to open a process which is really a process of individual and people right, because that is the future of the migrants and of the tribunal. Thanks for your patience, possibly.
So thank you to Gianni Tognoni to your intervention. I would like to remember that Gianni is Secretary General of the Permanent Peoples Tribunal since its establishment in 1979. I'm wondering if Luciana is ready?
Yes, finally.
Okay, we are very happy to see you and to listen to you.
Perhaps they thought I was a migrant, you see, and so the screen told me all the time that I was not accepted, but finally I have been accepted. And I must confess that I am very moved to open a session of a this tribunal in Berlin, although, of course, I'm not there with my body, but I feel like if I have been, I will be there. Because Berlin is for our People's Rights Tribunal a very important town. It was there in Berlin that in 1988 we held a very important session. It was the first time that we charged not single governments of single countries, as we had done before, Brazil dictatorship or Argentina and so on, but two very important international institutions, the IFMM and the World Bank, which never had thought that they could charge like a person. Both were holding their summit in Berlin, and we held the so-called session in the same town and at the same time. So for 2-3 days, Berlin was all concerned with these two institutions. And the Freie Universität was hosting the event. And due to the cooperation of Elmar Haltvater, I would love that all of us will remember here. Elmar Haltvater gave us the opportunity to hold the session at the Freie Universität of Berlin, and then remained a very important person in the tribunal and in the work of the Basso Foundation, of whom it was even vice president. And his death a few years ago has been, I think, a great loss for all of us, for everybody, for everyone who is committed with people's rights. So our session of '88, I have to remember it because it was just 1 year before the fall of the wall. And I still remember how many troubles we had, because we had many participants who were arriving at the airport of East Germany, and we had a lot of problems because to receive them, to come across the border and so on. The opening session was attended by 2,000 young people who were filling the hall. And the whole town was involved. I remember the taxi drivers who, when they took us at this place, they asked, what's happening? What are you doing? And so on. And among the witnesses, we had many that at that time were completely unknown. And afterwards became key persons of the movement and of our activity. I will remember Vandana Shiva. None of us had ever heard of her, but she was working in the World Bank as a functionary, and she had just abandoned the World Bank because she was horrified of what they were doing in her own country, in India. And she came to witness what the situation is. We had somebody like Mercadante, who was at that time a member, a militant of the PT, of the Brazilian People's Party, but then became a minister a few years later of the Lula government. And then we had, I just want to mention them, Katarina Focke, which had been minister in the Brandt government, and several members of parliaments, Weiskirchen, SPD, and so on. And we had somebody who also became very known afterwards, Triffin, the economist, who was there just, how to say, he was witnessing for the bank and for the IMF, but of course, it was just to explain us the way they were working. And he was aware of how bad they were, both behaving. And then I hope that, I think I asked Gianni if you have ever translated into English and distributed the speech of Eduardo Galeano, a wonderful speech of Galeano at the very end, which I think remains one of the most important documents of the activity of the tribunal. And of course, I tell you all this because it's the beginning of the story of a different target. the institution, the economical institution. And this is the beginning of the story of the movements we were fighting against them. But people at the time, they didn't even know IMF and World Bank. You know, now it seems funny, but at that time, dictatorship, of course, we fight against dictatorship, but not on this. And the result, I would say, of the session of Berlin was that the public opinion finally got aware of the importance of these international institutions, and is the beginning of a time, the 90s, where very strong movements started to develop their activity all over the world, which helped building awareness about the role of them and about the new target in a global situation. Defines the, remember only this, then after IMF and World Bank, we found out GATT and the World Trade Organization and the OXE. Remember that the fight in '99 in Seattle against the AMI, which is the Agreement on Investments, the cover of the Time magazine was dedicated to it. And the title was The First World Guerrilla Online. And Porto Alegre afterwards, and the No Global, and so on and so on. And I say this because one may think, by God, in any case, we will not be able to bring in jail, although they are so guilty, our enemies, those who are violating all the rights, all the laws, all the constitutions and all principles. But, and think that what we do is therefore not vital. But our role is, and this history proves it, so important because it helps bringing people aware of what the situation is, and to open the eyes of many who shut their eyes still. And this gives strength to those who have to fight against these violations and against what the horrible things which are happening in our world. And the issue of the migrants is one of the most dramatic we have ever faced, I think. And it's a very complex issue because the power, as usual, has been able to produce a conflict among the poor, as it always did, as we know. Poor citizens against poor migrants, and the attempt to convince the poorest that the cause of their misery are today the migrants. Our tribunal will help denouncing these lies and give strength to the movements. European Union may be also to open the eyes to the European Union. I'm quite skeptic about that, although I think that in the last time the European Union has taken good positions, but on the migrants, there is no way. It didn't want to understand, or I cannot think that they did not understand. Nobody can forget, ignore what's happening, but the eyes and the ears are shuttered. So I think that what it has to be understood that we entered a new historical time.
Sorry, Luciana, to interrupt you. You have just 1 minute to...
1 minute, I don't need the minute. I say that we have, if we have globalization, which means that capitals, goods, everything moves, you cannot forbid humans to do the same. And migration has to become normal. It's not just because the wars, the climate, everything, is that we have to understand that we enter a historical stage in which humans, if there is globalization, humans move from one place to another. Nomads, to be a nomad, it's a normal situation now. It's not an exception. And good or bad, we have to reason in this way. And if we don't find a positive solution to this problem, what we will have is violence, it's rebellion, and it will be dramatic also for those who are not migrants, but citizens of the country to have to accept them. I am optimistic because I know that in these last times, there are a lot of activity by young people, the boats in the Mediterranean, of Germany, of Italy, or Spain, of every country who is trying to save the people in the sea, and lots of young people who are very active in trying to help. So I am optimistic, but I think we have to really convince people that there are two possibilities. Either we understand, or we have to drop the atomic bomb in the Mediterranean. This is the choice, and they have to understand this, which is a very dramatic choice for everybody, of course. Thank you.
So thank you, Luciana Castellina. Luciana is the president, member of the Permanent Peoples Tribunal, is the president of the panel of the judges for this session. Time runs very fast, so we have to go ahead with the presentation of the panel of the other members of the panel of the judges. And I will ask them, each of them, to present their self. The first speaker is Philippe Texier. So please, Philippe, unmute your microphone and present yourself. Please, Philippe, the microphone. You need to unmute it.
Ça y est, ça marche. Bien, je serai très bref, simplement d'abord souhaiter la bienvenue à tout le monde et surtout indiquer à quel point je suis ravi de participer, même si c'est de très loin, à ce tribunal. Je me sens comme étant à Berlin avec vous. Une présentation un peu de qui je suis, vous avez tous reçu les fiches, mais en quelques mots, dire que j'ai été magistrat pendant 40 ans, jusqu'à la Cour de cassation en France, et que parallèlement, j'ai été un militant de toujours des droits de l'homme et des droits des peuples. Entre autres, j'ai été 25 ans au Comité des droits économiques, sociaux et culturels à l'ONU, à un moment où les droits économiques étaient relativement contestés par rapport aux droits civils et politiques. Je pense qu'ils continuent à l'être d'ailleurs et qu'ils n'ont pas toujours le même statut que les droits civils et politiques. Et puis, j'ai participé notamment à une mission de paix au Salvador. J'étais au Salvador au moment où les accords de guerre, de paix plus exactement, se sont signés. J'y suis arrivé un peu avant la signature et j'y suis resté encore quelques temps en dirigeant la division des droits de l'homme. Et depuis, je suis de plus ou moins loin beaucoup de processus de paix, dont l'un me préoccupe particulièrement actuellement, c'est celui de Colombie, bien que les accords aient été signés depuis maintenant 4 ans. Certaines formes de violence ciblées continuent en Colombie contre des défenseurs des droits de l'homme, contre des paysans, contre des leaders syndicaux, etc. etc. Donc voilà, je ne m'étendrai pas plus longtemps. Je vous invite à regarder le curriculum vitae qui est indiqué. Simplement, je suivrai avec beaucoup d'attention les débats et j'espère pouvoir y participer. Et donc, bienvenue à tous et que cette session qui est la suite d'une longue session qui avait commencé à Barcelone, poursuivie à Palerme, à Paris et à Bruxelles, permette d'améliorer et de mieux faire comprendre cette question des migrants, du peuple des migrants. Bienvenue encore et je laisse la parole au suivant.
Thank you, Philippe. Now, Teresa Almeida Cravo from Portugal.
Thank you, Simona. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Teresa Almeida. I'm an assistant professor in international relations at the Faculty of Economics of the University of Coimbra and a researcher at the Centre for Social Studies in Portugal. I teach and conduct research on topics such as peace and violence, security and development, and global interventionism from a very critical perspective. I've had the pleasure of participating in the Barcelona PPT hearing. I'm truly honored to be a member of this jury and to be part of this very important work of solidarity. And I humbly thank all of those willing to provide their testimonies in this hearing and all of those that have worked so hard to make this issue brought to our attention and their voices heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. I will give the online floor to Leah Bassel from UK.
Very much. My name is Leah Basil. My pronouns are she and her, and I am here as someone involved in local campaigns for dignity and respect of migrants and refugees in the London borough of Haringey. I also had the honor of being a juror in the London hearing. And in my work, I'm a professor of sociology, researching the activism of women of color, migration and intersectionality. And I wanted also to extend my thanks to the organizers because it's amazing that you've brought us here together and that you're holding us here together in this way. And to just pick up on something that Jill said earlier about uniting various strands of struggle, it's really an honor and a responsibility to be here as a juror, to be here as a white, very privileged person, and to have this opportunity to work in solidarity with connected and overlapping groups, Black people, people of color, migrants, and refugees. So thank you, and I look forward to our work together.
Thank you, Leah. And now is the time for the presentation of Marina Forti from Italy.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm very glad to be here, although virtually, of course. I am a journalist. I focused on migration when this was a very new reality in Italy 20, 30 years ago. I worked on many other issues, of course. I worked as a correspondent in South Asia and elsewhere. I focus on exploitation of natural resources and how these create misery all over the world. And this is part of what we are discussing in this session. But to make it brief, I worked with the TPP before. And I'm very glad and very grateful, first of all, to the tribunal and to all of the organizers who succeeded in bringing us together, although not in presence, although virtually, but this simply add to the complication, I imagine. So thank you for this. Thank you to everyone who is coming in these days to bring their testimonies. Thanks to all of you. I'm very honored to be here and very glad to be here with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Marina. I will give the floor to Domenico Gallo from Italy. Please, Domenico, unmute your microphone. Domenico, you should unmute your microphone. Dovresti...
Okay. Hello. Good afternoon to everybody. My name is Domenico Gallo. I'm president in the Supreme Court of Cassazione of Italy. I was engaged in Magistratura Democratica. It is an association of magistrates committed to the defense of human rights, especially the rights of migrants. I attended the session of the Permanent Peoples Tribunal on Turkey and Kurds. As Magistratura Democratica, we promoted last year in November in Lampedusa a conference of magistrates, jurists, and journalists on the issue, the frontier of the law of the frontier. The question is much debated in Italy because the former interior minister was charged with kidnapping for preventing the disembarkation of migrants recovered at sea from Coast Guard ships and NGO ships. And now he is currently on trial before the courts of Palermo and Catania. And I am very honored to participate to this session. Thank you very much to everybody.
Thanks, Domenico. So I think that we have finished the online presentation and introduction of the panel of the judges. There were 3 members of this panel coming from Germany and present in the Berlin session. So I will give them the real floor of this session and for the presentation and introduction of Kira Kosnik, Sarah Lincoln, and Ahmed Said. I'm sorry and I apologize for my pronunciation. Thank you very much.
Pardon? Is it working? Oh, apologies. I didn't hear myself in the room. So my name is Kira Kosnik, and I'm a professor of cultural and social anthropology at the Europa University Viadrina, which is in a small town on the German-Polish border, not too far from Berlin. And I've been working and teaching on European migration regimes and migration in the context of global inequalities for the past 20 years. And I have a special interest also in questions of intersectionality, that is addressing questions of racism, sexism, and also homophobia and transphobia, not as separate problems, but as interlinked. I'm taking part here for the very first time, and I'm very honored to be here. Thank you for having me.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Lincoln. I'm a human rights lawyer at Gesellschaft für Freiheitsrechte, short GFF. So GFF is a Berlin-based NGO specialized in strategic litigation for human rights. And one of my thematic focuses at GFF is working on cases around social rights and migrants' rights. Before I joined GFF, I worked as human rights officer at Bread for the World for many years, where I focused on litigating and making known cases of human rights abuses by transnational companies. I'm honored to be part of the jury this weekend, and I'm looking forward to hearing the testimonies of human rights violations in the context of the right to health and migration.
Hello, everybody. First of all, I want to thank you all, the organizers and the people who are participating and contributed to this event. I'm so glad and honored to be here. My name is Ahmed Said. I'm an Egyptian, anti-authoritarian leftist and human rights defender. I'm the coordinator of human rights of Egyptian Commission for Rights and Freedoms in Germany, and co-founder and executive manager of Open Data Bank. It's a Berlin-based NGO. I have shared in the Egyptian revolution as a political activist and as a physician. So I have been involved in organizing the field hospitals in the Tahrir Square, trying to provide health care for the injured protesters. Yeah, thank you for being here and thank you for having me here.
Thank you to all the jurors in present and online for presenting themselves and also to give us an insight into their work and their expertise. So now we will continue with our first point, the opening. But first I want to say if you had problems understanding what was said, you are more than welcome to write us an email and to ask for translation. The email you can use is ppt_berlin@riseup.net. And for the people here in the room, if you have any trouble, you can just come to me and I will help you. So also I would like to say that in this room where the tribunal takes place, we take extra care of the situation with Corona, and we also put up some air filters which will clean the air and make sure that a lot of bacteria that might be responsible for infection will not be able to survive. And now we're going on with one point, which is probably one of the most important of the whole tribunal, our indictment. And Suzanne Deer, the social responsibility referent from IPPNW, will read out a shortened version of our indictment now in German. So if you need translation, you should use the Zoom account the Zoom link that might be sent to you, and if not, you can come to me or write an email. Thank you.
In dieser Anhörung rufen wir das Permanent Peoples Tribunal dazu auf, sorgfältig zu prüfen, ob die gegenwärtige Migrations- und Asylpolitik der Bundesrepublik Deutschland und der EU das Recht auf Gesundheit und körperliche und seelische Unversehrtheit von Migrantinnen und Geflüchteten verletzt. Ob sie im Besonderen gegen die Artikel der Allgemeinen Erklärung der Rechte der Völker, unterzeichnet in Algier, im Jahr 1976 verstößt. Ob sie die Rechte des Individuums schwerwiegend verletzt, wie sie in der Allgemeinen Erklärung der Menschenrechte von 1948 festgehalten sind. Und ob und inwieweit diese Rechtsverletzungen in ihrer Gesamtheit den Tatbestand eines Verbrechens gegen die Menschlichkeit erfüllen, wie er in Artikel 7 des Römischen Statuts definiert ist. Die Angeklagten zu dieser Anklageschrift sind die Europäische Union im Besonderen, Ursula von der Leyen vertretend für die EU-Kommission, der Rat der Europäischen Union mit Deutschland als Vorsitz, die Europäische Agentur Frontex sowie die Regierung der Bundesrepublik Deutschland in eigenem Recht und als Mitglied der Europäischen Union und als Vertreter des globalen Nordens und die Regierungen der Bundesländer. Im Besonderen Horst Seehofer, stellvertretend für das Bundesministerium des Inneren für Bau und Heimat, Hubertus Heil, stellvertretend für das Bundesministerium für Arbeit und Soziales, Jens Spahn, stellvertretend für das Bundesministerium für Gesundheit, sowie Gerd Müller, stellvertretend für das Bundesministerium für wirtschaftliche Zusammenarbeit und Entwicklung. Die vorliegende Anklageschrift ist Teil einer Reihe von Anklageschriften gegen die Regierungen der EU-Mitgliedstaaten und Institutionen der EU. Sie beruhen auf einem allgemeinen Rahmendokument, welches in der Auftaktanhörung des Permanent Peoples Tribunals zu Human Rights of Migrant and Refugee Peoples in Barcelona im Juli 2017 entwickelt wurde. Diese Anklageschriften zeigen zusammengenommen auf, wie die Regierungen des globalen Nordens und die Institutionen der EU Bedingungen geschaffen haben, unter denen Millionen von Menschen im globalen Süden die Lebensgrundlage entzogen und diese somit zur Migration gezwungen werden. Jene, die in den globalen Norden migriert sind, als Nichtpersonen behandeln, indem sie ihnen Rechte verwehren, welche allen Menschen auf Grundlage ihrer gemeinsamen Menschlichkeit zustehen, einschließlich der Rechte auf Leben, Menschenwürde und Freiheit. und welche in der Praxis rechtsfreie Räume in Bezug auf Rechtsstaatlichkeit und Menschenrechte im globalen Norden geschaffen haben. Im Allgemeinen stellen illegalisierte Migrantinnen und Geflüchtete besonders vulnerable Personengruppen dar, die systematische Verletzungen ihres Rechts auf Gesundheit und körperliche und seelische Unversehrtheit erfahren. Bereits vor und während der Migration sind sie mit Krieg oder bewaffneten Konflikten, Menschenrechtsverletzungen, traumatischen Verlusten sowie Klimawandel, Enteignung oder Vertreibung konfrontiert, die durch ein System der globalen Ausbeutung bedingt werden. Dieses System wird durch eine Arbeits- und Migrationspolitik getragen, die die Bewegungsfreiheit von Kapital und Bürgern des globalen Nordens favorisiert, während Menschen aus dem globalen Süden diese Freiheit verwehrt bleibt. Migrantinnen und Geflüchtete werden zu einer Klasse von illegalisierten sowie repressiver und rassistischer Politik und Praxis ausgesetzt. Aufgrund ihrer gemeinsamen Erfahrungen in Hinsicht auf Unterdrückung und Repressionen kann gesagt werden, dass Migrantinnen und Geflüchtete ein People, also ein Volk, im Sinne der Allgemeinen Erklärung der Rechte der Völker, also die Erklärung von Algier, bilden. Diese besagt, dass jedes Volk ein Recht auf Existenz hat und dass niemand aufgrund seiner oder ihrer nationalen oder kulturellen Identität Verfolgung, Deportation, Vertreibung oder Lebensbedingungen ausgesetzt sein darf, die die Identität oder Integrität beeinträchtigen können. Im Rahmen des sogenannten europäischen Asylsystems, das Menschen gewährt wird, die vor Verfolgung oder schweren Schaden in ihrem eigenen Land fliehen und daher internationalen Schutz benötigen, klagen wir Menschenrechtsverletzungen in folgenden Bereichen an. Erstens, der Zugang zur Gesundheitsversorgung. Zweitens, Auswirkungen der Lebensverhältnisse in Massenunterkünften auf die psychische und physische Gesundheit. Drittens, Aufenthaltsstatus, Abschiebung und Gesundheit. Viertens, die Kriminalisierung von Solidarität. Fünftens, Deutschlands Verantwortung in der EU-Abschottungspolitik. Sowie sechstens, Rassifizierung und Kriminalisierung von Migrantinnen und Geflüchteten. Die einzelnen Anklagepunkte gegen die Landesregierung und Bundesregierung als solche und als Vertreterin der EU und der EU-Mitgliedstaaten sowie als Repräsentantin des globalen Nordens sind folgende. Asyl ist ein Grundrecht. Die Gewährung von Asyl ist eine internationale Verpflichtung, die erstmals in der Genfer Flüchtlingskonvention von 1951 anerkannt wurde. In der EU, einem Raum offener Grenzen und der Bewegungsfreiheit, teilen die Länder die gleichen Grundwerte und die Staaten müssen einen gemeinsamen Ansatz verfolgen, um hohe Schutzstandards für Geflüchtete zu gewährleisten. Die sich daraus ergebenden Verfahren müssen in der gesamten EU fair, wirksam und gegen Missbrauch geschützt sein. In diesem Sinne haben sich die EU-Staaten verpflichtet, ein gemeinsames europäisches Asylsystem einzurichten. Der Zuzug von Asylsuchenden ist weder konstant noch gleichmäßig über die EU verteilt. Asyl darf deshalb keine Lotterie sein. Die EU-Mitgliedstaaten sind gemeinsam dafür verantwortlich, Asylsuchende in Würde aufzunehmen und sicherzustellen, dass sie fair behandelt werden und dass ihr Fall nach einheitlichen Standards geprüft wird, sodass unabhängig davon, wo Asylsuchende ihren Antrag stellen, das ergeblich ähnlich ausfallen wird. Seit 1999 arbeitet die EU daran, ein gemeinsames europäisches Asylsystem, genannt GEAS, zu schaffen und den derzeitigen Rechtsrahmen zu verbessern. Zwischen 1999 und 2005 wurden mehrere Legislativmaßnahmen zur Harmonisierung der gemeinsamen Mindeststandards für Asyl vorgenommen. Wichtig war auch die Stärkung der finanziellen Solidarität mit der Schaffung des Europäischen Flüchtlingsfonds. Im Jahr 2001 ermöglichte die Richtlinie zum vorübergehenden Schutz als eine gemeinsame Reaktion der EU einen starken Zuzug von Vertriebenen, die nicht ihr Herkunftsland zurückkehren konnten. Die Richtlinie zur Familienzusammenführung gilt auch für Geflüchtete. Erstens. Mit einem Asylsystem, welches auf der Idee der Verteidigung der Festung Europa basiert, missbraucht die deutsche Regierung weiterhin ihre Macht und ihr geografisches Privileg, durch Migrantinnen und Geflüchtete ihrer sozialen Menschenrechte beraubt werden, insbesondere ihrer Rechte auf Gesundheit, auf soziale Sicherheit und auf angemessenen Wohnraum. Zweitens. Im Rahmen einer Politik, die sich ausschließlich auf den Abbau von Anreizen und die wissenschaftlich falsche Idee der Abschaffung sogenannter Pull-Faktoren für Migration konzentriert, hat die deutsche Regierung dafür gesorgt, dass Migrantinnen und Geflüchtete weiterhin marginalisiert und ihrer sozialen Menschenrechte beraubt bleiben, insbesondere ihrer Rechte auf Gesundheit, soziale Sicherheit und angemessenem Wohnraum. Drittens. Die Einwanderungs- und Asylpolitik der Regierung fördert Rassismus, Islamophobie und Nationalismus und hat bewusst ein feindliches Umfeld für Nicht-StaatsbürgerInnen geschaffen, welches Armut fördert, Recht auf Wohnraum und medizinischer Grundversorgung verwehrt, sowie unbefristete Haft und Abschiebungen beinhaltet. Diese Politik verstößt gegen internationale Menschenrechtsverpflichtungen zum Schutz der Rechte auf Leben, Gesundheit, einer angemessenen Unterkunft, Würde, die physische und psychische Unversehrtheit, die Achtung des Privat- und Familienlebens, der Freiheit und Schutz vor Zwangsarbeit und unmenschlicher und erniedrigender Behandlung. Viertens. Die Regierung erschafft durch ihre Politik Bedingungen, insbesondere durch eine unzureichende Gesundheitsversorgung, die es unmöglich machen, ohne Arbeit zu leben. Zugleich wird die Erwerbsarbeit für bestimmte Bevölkerungsgruppen illegalisiert, wodurch sie aus ihrer besonders vulnerablen Position heraus gezwungen sind, ausbeuterischen Arbeitsverhältnissen unter besonders prekären Arbeitsbedingungen nachzugehen, von denen wiederum die Privatwirtschaft profitiert. Fünftens. Während das EU-Freizügigkeitsrecht die Bedeutung der Familienzusammenführung für BürgerInnen des europäischen Wirtschaftsraums, also EWR, die für die Arbeit ins europäische Ausland umziehen, anerkennt, sind die Bedingungen zur Familienzusammenführung für Nicht-EWR-BürgerInnen, unabhängig davon, ob sie als Arbeitnehmerinnen oder als Geflüchtete zugelassen sind, äußerst restriktiv und führen zu einer langfristigen Trennung von Familien. Sechstens. Diese Politik wirkt sich nachteilig auf die Rechte von Kindern aus. Sie sind dem Risiko von Ausbeutung und Missbrauch ausgesetzt, wenn sie versuchen, aus ihrem eigenen Recht heraus zu migrieren oder laufen Gefahr, Not und Armut ausgesetzt zu sein, als Folge einer Politik, die migrantisierten Familien keine Unterstützung aus öffentlichen Mitteln gewährt. Siebtens. Die Regierung erzielt in ihrem eigenen Recht und als EU-Mitgliedsstaat ökonomische Gewinne aus Verträgen mit Sicherheitskonzernen für das Grenzüberwachungssystem sowie aus der Unterbringung von Asylsuchenden und der Inhaftierung und Abschiebung von MigrantInnen. Zugleich werden Brutalität, Rassismus und andere Menschenrechtsverletzungen, Straftaten, Betrug und Fahrlässigkeit, welche von staatlichen Akteuren begangen werden und denen Migrantinnen und Geflüchtete ausgesetzt sind, übersehen oder geduldet oder durch die fortgesetzte Vergabe von Verträgen entlohnt. Deshalb sind unsere Fragen an das Tribunal. Das Tribunal wird gebeten, die kumulative Wirkung dieser Maßnahmen, Politiken und Operationen zusammen zu betrachten, die dazu dienen, ein Volk ohne Rechte innerhalb Europas und an seinen Grenzen zu schaffen und zu erhalten. Deshalb erstens. Sofern das Tribunal die oben genannten Verletzungen für erwiesen hält, wie fügen sie sich in das allgemeine Muster der Verletzungen ein, die das Tribunal bei seinen Anhörungen in Rom, Barcelona, Palermo, London, Paris und Brüssel festgestellt hat? Zweitens. Wie verträgt sich die Schaffung und Aufrechterhaltung eines rechtlosen Volkes mit dem Anspruch Europas, eine Wiege der universellen Menschenrechte und Werte zu sein und mit den von den europäischen Staaten verfassten, unterzeichneten und ratifizierten Menschenrechtsinstrumenten? Drittens. Wie wirkt sich die fortlaufende Toleranz des Leidens derjenigen, die als rechtlos verurteilt sind, auf die Rechtsstaatlichkeit aus? Viertens. Da der Schutz der grundlegenden Menschenrechte sowohl den exekutiven als auch den juristischen Arm des Staates umfassen soll, inwieweit zerstört die reale Behandlung von Migrantinnen diese Brücke zwischen dem Politischen und dem Juristischen? Fünftens. Inwieweit können Migrantinnen als Versuchspersonen für eine umfassendere Zersetzung der Rechte von Bevölkerungsgruppen im Rahmen neoliberaler Wirtschaftspolitiken gesehen werden? Sechstens. Inwieweit tragen Regierungspolitiken und ministerielle Erklärungen, in denen mittellose Migrantinnen und Geflüchtete als Wohlfahrts- und Gesundheitstouristinnen sowie als Schwarm bezeichnet werden, zur Förderung einer in der Gesellschaft weit verbreiteten Rassismus bei? Und inwiefern sind sie verantwortlich für den zunehmenden Hass gegen Migrantinnen und Geflüchtete, was den Weg zur rassistisch motivierten Gewalt ebnet? Siebtens. Hat das Tribunal Beispiele des Widerstands gegen diese Maßnahmen gefunden, die als Modelle für künftige Maßnahmen dienen können? Vielen Dank.
Thank you. Now, I would like to ask if anyone has a question to the jury here from the online participants. Okay, thank you. Then we're now moving to a break, shorter break, and then we're back. Thank you very much.
Oops, sorry. Okay, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your break. So now we will continue with our first hearing on access to healthcare in Germany, and we will have different contributions from organizations based in Germany and also contributions which will be in several languages, in English, German, and French. So if you need translation, again, you find all the information on our blog, and you can also write us an email. So the first one who is going to be presenting is Fatuma Musa from United Action e.V., and I would like to invite her to the stage. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Good evening, everybody. Is it too late to say evening or afternoon? What is it? Thank you so much for having me. My name is Fatuma Musa Afrah from United Action e.V., and I really feel so privileged and lucky to be part of this and to contribute from our side. I will try my very best today to give the information that we normally receive from the women that we work with and the young girls that we work with. So just to introduce a little bit about United Action. United Action is a self-organized migrant organization that has been founded in 2018. I'm the founder. And we mainly work in the countryside of Brandenburg and Berlin. And our main focus is on women and girls empowerment right issues. So we try to provide information, knowledge, and different support that we can provide to the women and with the women and the girls, the young girls we work with. And in our work, you know, it's not an easy job to work on women rights issues and empowerment areas, especially when you are working with women who feel left behind, with women who ran away and escaped problems, not only necessarily war. Most of these women are also looking for freedom. So when they come here, they don't know what to do, and this is now where we try. Not only us, I'm sure there are a lot of incredible organizations out there who do a lot of good work, but we try to act more as a bridge to try to break the disconnection of contacts and information between them. And we try to provide them the information they need, and we also try to educate them about different topics that they need to have some basic knowledge and education about regarding you know, what women rights means, because a lot of these women we try to work with, they even don't understand to some extent what women rights means, because to some of them they feel like women rights is a European thing, or an American women thing. So we just try to, you know, support them about the importance of understanding what women rights means, because this is basically having the right to work, having the right to go to education, having the basic right to speak up for yourself and use your voice as the best powerful tool to have a position in the society. So those are the things that we try to do, and also work opportunities. And some of the workshop, empowerment workshop safe space that we provide with the women are issues regarding health workshops. And when we talk about health, we mainly try to educate women about their basic women rights health information and education that they need to know. Things to do with, for example, the general women health checkups that they need to try, because we come from a different cultural setup where we don't know these things, what it means to be a woman, to have a checkup on your breasts on a regular basis, or the age that you need to be focused on that, or things to do with family planning. What does family planning mean? Is it very bad thing to really try, or is it something that is your right to think about, and how it's important as a mother to think about the young kids you're breastfeeding, and this kind of very basic knowledge that they need to have for them to prepare themselves in these highly demanding and highly developed countries. So these are the things that we try to support the women with. But through these safe space health workshops, the women bring up different informations that they share with us. Some of them are very sensitive, and I asked one of our ladies to come here today and give a testimony. She's not ready, she don't want it, and I don't blame her for that, because it's mostly insecurity. It's mostly because of the system they live in. They live in an oppressive system. They live in a structure that's somehow not giving them that much opportunity to, speak for themselves. Even though we say there's freedom of speech, we always say people can talk about their problems, but this is one thing. But the other reality side is like the consequences they're scared to face or to experience. And we always try now, that's where we come in, and we always try to tell them, no matter what, it's your right to speak up. Talk about the problems you experience in the hospital. Talk about the problems you experience in other health centers. It's their basic right. But now the thing is, some of the challenges the women talked about was like, some of the women who give birth in the hospitals are women with also extreme health conditions or health needs. Like some of the women have gone through female genital mutilation. So these are women who have been terribly mutilated and don't know what to do. So in the process of giving birth, these women need special care, special attention on how to deal with this. Leave alone the mental and the psychological trauma they experience on the side, but the physical part of it itself, they don't know what to do. And there are situations where these women say that the midwives or the nurses they're helping, they look at them and they're surprised about, what they see. And instead of, putting that basic human help first, because these nurses and midwives or medical doctors, they all swear to protect human rights equally, to feel and try to support their best in these conditions. So this is not there in some cases. In some cases. And they felt like one particular woman, unfortunately, she can't join today, but she said like she was unconscious in most of the time with the pain that she was going through as a mother. But then when she woke up, she realized these people staring at her and helping her. And because of that consequence, she had a very deep damage on her in the process of giving birth to her beautiful child. And then later on, she don't know where to go, who to complain to, who to address to. She could feel them laughing and looking at her. I don't want to say this is almost all the situation or all the time this happens, but these are situations that come to our attention, and you are wondering what other cases are out there, health issues are out there that are untold. I haven't experienced this. So someone is telling us, and I'm wondering how many women are in this process that are experiencing this kind of problems. So it's really necessary to pay attention to these women and their messages, the problems they have, and what they can do about it. Because some of them, when you tell them, oh, you experienced this, you have the right to do A, B, C, D, and they are like, yeah, okay, thank you for the information. And they're scared to come out to talk about the problems they experience. I am sure there are a lot of nice doctors, very extremely kind and patient nurses out there and midwives, but not all the time. There are a lot of discriminators and racists within the system that is hiding behind these institutions and facilities that provide services to the people. So I think it's really necessary to look into these issues. And another big problem is, like they told us regarding the issue of delay in the hospital. When, for example, they go to the hospital, a language problem is a big issue as well. When they're in that process of waiting, if she's sick or the child, because these are mothers with children, when they come to the hospital, they never get a priority. And don't forget, we work with women who live more a bit outside in the countryside. So they don't live in big cities. So they don't know what to do. They can't speak good German, or even, I remember one woman told me she could speak English, but still they told her, go and get a translator. So how does such a person deal in pain to be told that? So what would you do if you were, imagine you were in that position. You can't speak Somali. You are in a hospital. Your child is sick. Yourself, you're sick. And don't forget,
These women, I don't think any human being will go there and ask for help if they don't need it. And then you're being told, if you can't speak Somali, and then you say, oh no, I don't speak Somali, but I speak English. And I tell you, this is Somalia, get out of here. How will you deal with that? Can you imagine walking back, or maybe there's no bus? I don't know, because most of these women go by public transport. So you have to transport your child back or yourself back in this condition. And you don't know how tomorrow looks like for you. So these are realities that these people are experiencing. We really need to do a lot of work in our activism, in our field of human rights, to look more into the different issues they suffer from, particularly women and young girls who live in refugee camps and other isolated shelters. By the way, we always say that the women live in those who have apartments, the newcomers who have apartments. It's actually, in some situation, it's not an apartment. It's just another open jail, a little bit different from the refugee camps, but they are also isolated in a way. They don't have contact with their neighbors. The neighbors, some of them are racializing them, are discriminating them, and they don't know what to go about it. So the big thing for me is like, what can we help with these people to support them for the better? How can we give them voices? How can we bring out these unheard cases, these stories, these cases that are not out there in the public eye? There are no public eye into these particular issues. These are individual cases, but they're very sensitive. And if the people in the system feel like they can get away with this kind of problems, they're causing things to do with, causing people to feel more stressed when they're in stress, like treating somebody bad. And this woman particularly, she had to suffer a deep cut, and she had to have an operation. And with the operation she had, it didn't help still. She feels so much pain. And she don't know. She goes back to the same system that treated her like that because she doesn't have other ways. And don't forget, the same person lives in a refugee camp. So this kind of bad treatments in the hospitals is really a big issue for the mothers, for the women, and we really need to look a very close look into that issue. Language barrier is another big problem in the hospitals, and we need to find the best way to support them. And also we have to find better ways of helping the women with mental health problems, because a lot of these women are suffering from depression, from so much stress. We really have to think about it. Now the big question in our face is, what can we do to improve things for the better with these women together? The first thing I think is really, really, really necessary is giving trainings to these people out there in these hospitals that are treating these women like this. I am sure not everybody in those hospitals are the same. They have beautiful people who care and understand, but there are those who are hiding behind the system and who are racist and don't care about these people. So we really need to provide trainings about FGM, female genital mutilation, how to consider stress and health and mental issues. And we have to also think about, we have to really, really look more into how to do political action. We really need to do more political action work in this work. Blah, 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 blah will not help. We need real actions. We need policies that are developed critically to really help these people to take accountability for their actions, for the mistakes they are doing, because they swear to protect all these human beings equal. These women have no voices. Whatever they experience, they keep silent inside and go home with it, because the same women who come here for protection come from similar systems that oppresses them as women, that doesn't give them a chance as a woman, and they grew up, most of them grew up in cultures that normalizes their pain. We are trained as young women to normalize your pain. Whatever you go through there, imagine you've been cut at the age of 6, 7, and you've been told, you are okay, you are good, go on with your life. That is not the world they should be living. We are here to be their voices, and we need to find in the next session in this tribunal how we can bring the voices of these women, even if they're insecure and scared to speak in public. We should be finding, and there should be ways to bring their voices up. We can use different tactics to communicate with the society, and we really need to think about the best way we can do this, because themselves alone will die in depression. Themselves alone will die in pain. Themselves alone will die silent. We need to stand up and do what we are supposed to be doing right as human beings, because we are all here in the name of human care. We are all here in the name of human right tribe. So we need to really think about how we can really engage more and be politically active together, because these women are left behind, really. It's just having a tribunal will not change anything if we really do not reach the German society out there. I don't want to talk only about Germany because I am focusing more here in Germany, but everywhere around the world where healthcare system is discriminating the women in public sectors, in private sectors, everywhere. We really need to stand together in the name of one human voice, and we need better health system support. That's what we need to work on. And another area that we try to look so much into is how to provide more opportunities of political activism from the women themselves. And then we are the support team behind them so that these women can be in the front line to fight for the rights together with us. But they don't know how to do this, and I will never blame them. This is a long process to go through with them, because these are women who are 30, 40 years of age, and they don't know where to start and what to do. But at the end of the day, they are here to better their lives, the lives of their children, and to have a better support in their women daily life. Women rights, lives matter. All human rights, lives matter, and we need to improve a better healthcare system, whether people live in refugee camps, whether they live in isolated shelters, whether they live in big mansions, whether they live in where. We are all human beings, and we are all equal. Under the skin, we are all the same. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Now we're listening to Inga Sell and Friederike Lobe from MediBüro.
Good afternoon to all. My name is Inga Sell. Friederike Löbert and I are here today as representatives of MediBüro Berlin and Medinetz Mainz. Both initiatives have been pursuing the goal of improving healthcare provision for refugees and migrants who, because of legislation in Germany, are partly or completely denied access to medical assistance. Thus, we direct patients to doctors and specialists who provide qualified treatment both anonymously and free of charge or for reduced rates. Now I will read out our indictment. Honorable members of the tribunal, ladies and gentlemen, in Germany, hundreds of thousands of people live without a health insurance and thus without access to the regular healthcare system. The reason is a discriminatory legal situation. First, asylum seekers. Healthcare for asylum seekers is inadequate. Only after 18 months of uninterrupted residence in Germany, they can enter a regular insurance. Until then, according to Section 4 of the Law on Benefits for Asylum Seekers, in German Asylbewerberleistungsgesetz, medical treatments are only covered if the disease is acute or painful, or if subsequent illnesses, deteriorations, or permanent health impairments are expected. Even in these cases, in our experience, the Social Welfare Office often refuses to cover costs without sufficient medical expertise to evaluate how urgent the treatment really is. Second, people without residence status. The situation is even more precarious for people without residence status. In theory, according to Section 1, Paragraph 1, Number 5 of the Asylbewerberleistungsgesetz, they are also entitled to benefit from the limited health support specified in the previously mentioned Section 4 of Asylbewerberleistungsgesetz. In practice, however, they are prevented from applying for medical support at the Social Welfare Office. Due to Section 87 of the Law on the Right to Residence, in German Aufenthaltsgesetz, all public authorities are obliged to report persons without legal residence status directly to the immigration authority. This puts people in an unworthy predicament because they risk being deported when asking for medical help. Therefore, diseases are often protracted until a severe course is inevitable. In urgent cases, emergency assistance must be provided by doctors or hospitals. In these cases, doctors and hospitals can directly turn to the Social Welfare Office for the reimbursement of their cost. The medical confidentiality of the doctors in these cases also extends to the Social Welfare Office, and the data is not passed on to the Immigration Authority. However, the Social Welfare Office asks hospitals to provide proof of the indigence of the patient, which is hardly possible if a person has no bank account, permanent housing, nor a legal job. Problems with the reimbursement of costs often lead to situations where people without insurance are turned away from hospital reception, have to make large advance payments, or are discharged earlier. In addition, there are many diseases whose treatments are not clearly or comprehensively considered as emergency treatment. For example, only painkillers are prescribed for a broken arm. The necessary operation should then be carried out in the following days after swelling of the injury receded. The patient is supposed to return with a cost agreement from the Social Welfare Office. Getting such a letter is not possible due to the reporting obligation, and the person must continue to live with an injury that has not been sufficiently operated. Third, European Union citizens. As a third group, EU citizens who live legally in Germany often do not have access to healthcare because they have no sufficient health insurance, either in Germany nor in their country of origin. Voluntary initiatives such as ours try to support all these people with donations and volunteer work. However, voluntary structures cannot achieve healthcare that is commanding human rights standards. This often leads to chronifications, complications, or even disabilities and deaths. In addition to structural discrimination, refugees and migrants often face racism. Due to the different access to the health system, refugees and migrants appear to be second-class patients and their bodies as less worthy of protection. The current status is contrary to the human rights obligations of Germany. It is contrary to Article 12 of the United Nations Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, Article 3, 21, and 35 of the EU Charter on Fundamental Rights, and the European Social Charter, and also Article 1 and 2, Paragraph 2 of the German Constitution. We demand equal rights for everyone and access to healthcare for all people in Germany. Thank you.
Thank you, MediBüro. Now next will be Carsten Dietz with Handicap International. Ah, sorry, I'm wrong. Next will be speaking Medinetz and Friederike Löbert.
Hi everyone, hope you can hear me. I'm Friederike from Medinetz, Mainz. But actually, I think that was a misunderstanding because we had the text together. Inga read out the text already for both of us. I'm just here if there's any questions. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So then we will continue with Handicap International.
Yes, hello.
Good afternoon to everybody. I'm glad to contribute to this important hearing and to have the chance to highlight the situation of refugees with disability in Germany. Thanks to all of you who made this event possible. It's an incredible commitment, as I saw, and it's great we have this event. My name is Carsten Dietze. I work for Handicap International. It's an NGO of international humanitarian aid. And in Germany, in this NGO, we have a project. Its name is Crossroads, in which we raise awareness for the situation of refugees with disabilities in Germany. And we work together with many counseling centers working in this area, in this field, and also with self-advocates. We really wish to have more be heard by their own voice. Our goal is a different asylum legislation that also addresses the needs of refugees with disabilities. And I would like to give a brief insight into why the health of refugees with disability in Germany is a risk, or is in risk. As already been mentioned, a restrictive asylum policy in Germany has created conditions in which the basic rights of asylum seekers are in general violated. Access to the fundamental right to health is often denied, and this also affects a vulnerable group of refugees with disability. For now around 11 years, we have the rights, the human rights being concretized in the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, in the United Nations Rights Convention. But however, these rights are hardly considered in Germany, asylum legislation, and for this also hardly considered in reality. The paradigm of an asylum policy here in Germany often contradicts to the general principles of this United Nations Rights Convention of on the rights of persons with disability, as there are respect, self-determination, non-discrimination, and inclusion. And the right of persons with disability, and especially the right for health, which is laid down in this convention, Article 25, which gives the rights of persons with disabilities to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of health without discrimination on the ground of disability, is as well many times denied, or at least at risk. And why is it like this? So we have a big problem in the identification of this special needs of people with disability. In order to consider the protection needs of them, they in the first place, of course, must be identified and must be visible at an early stage of their appearance. However, despite the obligation of the EU, there is no comprehensive systematic identification of the protection needs of people with disability in Germany. For this, protection needs are only identified selectively, and this makes them basically invisible. And this is the reason they are so many times ignored. Access, and they are ignored in many cases, access to participation of medical services, to need-based counseling, to support services, to disability-specific infection prevention measures, for example, in terms of corona, and to needs-based accommodation is blocked. We have a big barrier to the enjoyment of the rights of health, is as being mentioned by the Medinetz just now, the Asylum Seekers Benefit Act, das Asylbewerberleistungsgesetz, which really, it's a terrible law in Germany, which makes, which discriminates many people, and which also discriminates people with disability. The financing of medical treatment for asylum seekers is in most cases limited to the treatment of acute illnesses and pain. And these restrictions prevent access to important medical treatment for people with disability. For example, in connection with chronic illnesses. It also prevent access to medical rehabilitation and to necessary diagnostics. Asylum seekers are therefore all too often not granted necessary aids, which leads to further health restrictions. Applications for benefits require the handling of complex procedures. The applying for services in health or for financing services is incredibly complicated, and this is nearly impossible to manage by refugees with disability by their own. And therefore, it's really important that they have access to support, to counseling, but this access many times not granted. Experience shows, however, that in initial reception facilities in special, but also in other accommodation situations, asylum seekers hardly have access to external counseling, or the external counseling hardly has access to these facilities. And this also contributes to the fact that the central rights are not reachable and by this denied. We have a huge problem regarding the health by the form and way of collective accommodations. Disabled refugees are particularly at risk from the corona pandemic right now. People with disability do disproportionately often have to reckon with the dangerous course of the disease when infected with corona. Many disabilities are associated with risk factors such as impaired heart or lung functions, a weak immune system, a muscle disorder. And for example, people who are dependent on a wheelchair have a comparatively low lung volume. Many people with trisomy 21 or Down syndrome are less resistant to infections due to a weaker immune system. Chronically ill patients also have an increased risk of dangerous COVID-19 disease. So many cases, this is really a problem. And we saw this, it's in Germany, it's widely known, but in context of collective accommodations, like in the first reception centers, but also like in the other collective accommodations, vulnerable groups are still in a high risk of infections. And resources in numerous collective mass outbreaks. We had like more than 4,000 people, refugees infected with corona in the beginning of the year. And this is due to a delayed action by the authorities. And this delayed action by the authorities, this 4,000 infected people, stands in a sharp contrast to the extensive infection control measures we had in the majority society, in the German society. And this violates very clearly the right of conventions, the right for health, and also it violates the Article 11 of the Convention of Human Rights for Disability, which says that there must be the highest attainable standard of health without that the government has to take all necessary measures to ensure the protection and the safety of persons with disabilities, especially in humanitarian emergencies, as you saw it here. This high risk, health risk, or a huge health risk for people with disability, for refugees with disability, arises when their asylum application is rejected. I mean, we have a hard deportation practice. I think it will be also topic of the hearing. We have a hard deportation practice in Germany, and this leads to a massive human right violation. Medical and rehabilitative infrastructure, aid, medicine, they are in many cases not available in many countries of origin of people with refugees with disability. And if it's available, it's definitely many times not sufficient in sufficient quantities available. And in too many times and too many cases, the services are simply not affordable for the people. So in asylum decisions, this facts if a service in the countries of origin is there, is affordable, is accessible. This informations are many times not are misjudged, or they are ignored. And in the case of a deportation, refugees are therefore in a huge health risk. And also another big health risk in terms of deportation comes from the way in which the certificates for the fitness of travel are provided. There is a high standard to give a certificate for the fitness to travel, and in many cases people are not able, especially people with disability, are not able to prove that they are not fit for travel, and this leads to dangerous situations in the, during the deportation. And the health risks, there are much more points where the health risks resulting from disability are further complicated. I mean, we have this lack of identification, we have the lack of accessibility of the asylum procedure information provided by the BAMP. We have limited capacities for independent asylum procedure counseling, and we have a great proximity in time between arrival and asylum hearing, which makes it very easy to not see the special needs and health needs for people with disabilities, so they stay invisible and just get ignored. So experience has shown that the asylum policy in Germany aims at isolation, at exclusion, and this asylum policy obviously violates basic rights for people with disabilities that have been concrete by the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability. However, this, from our point of view, so important convention, United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, which has been ratified by Germany, applies to all people with disabilities. And it's not from our view, this is obvious, that's the case. And therefore, the right of people with disabilities must be for the highest attainable standard of health without discrimination on the ground of disability must be fully implemented for all, not only for people with disability with German passports, also for all people with disability in Germany, also for refugees with disability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now the floor is for Serene Bukadida from Released Migrants, and she's talking about access to mental health care for LGBTIQ+ refugees and migrants. Thank you.
Hello, greetings to everybody, and big thank you to everyone who's involved in organizing this tribunal. So my name is Serene Bukadida, and I'm a psychosocial counselor at the Lesbenberatung, Berlin, Les Migras. Our organization is a space for LGBTIQ+ people from different backgrounds and identities. We offer psychological, legal, and social support, and we organize workshops and events with topics related to empowerment, multiple discrimination, violence, and racism. So for more than 20 years, Les Migras put the focus on Black, Indigenous, and of color LGBTIQ+ people. In my contribution today, I would like to share our experiences on access to mental health for LGBTIQ+ refugees and migrants. So mental health, as we would all agree, is a major part of what makes a person stable and healthy. For migrants and refugees, and especially for LGBTIQ+ migrants and refugees, mental health is usually very challenged. Living in fear under repressive regimes, having economical difficulties, facing death threats or imprisonments, torture, violence, homophobia, and transphobia are just examples of what these people have to face on a daily basis. The journey to arrive in Europe is in most cases, even more difficult. So the survivors have faced near-death experiences which lead to multiple traumas and mental health issues. Through our work, we are witnessing an alarming rise in the number of suicide attempts. Many queer refugees are struggling with depression, anxiety, panic attacks, post-traumatic stress disorders, and they are lacking the adequate support they need. Once refugees arrive in Germany, refugee shelters that are usually very isolated from the rest of the society, and they are facing hostility from the neighboring towns. Support for refugees is not always available in these places. In addition to that, the support available is mostly focused on urgent needs like asylum applications and anti-deportation interventions. Many of the caseworkers are not trained regarding sexual orientation and gender identity topics. So, for example, trans people face a lot of transphobia and discrimination, even from social workers, which harms their mental health even more. They arrive in Germany to seek safety, but they end up educating other people on why they should not be sharing a room with other people and why they cannot use the same shower in the refugee shelter. The refugees in Germany are required to learn the language, deal with complicated bureaucratic procedures without putting priority into their psychological health and well-being. They are functioning in a survival mode. For those who seek therapy or psychological counseling, they face many difficulties. And I will just name examples of these difficulties. So first comes the language barrier. So like counseling, psychological counseling and psychological help is not available in all languages needed. And in order to fix that problem, there is people reach out to interpreters. And in most cases, these interpreters or even the therapists themselves, they're not sensibilized to LGBTIQ+ topics. So the people end up facing discrimination within the space where they went to seek support. Most of the spaces are not accessible for people with disabilities. So people like queer, refugees, and migrants who have disabilities, they're not able to really quickly find a space that is physically accessible for them and that could also provide the support they need. Some of the free counseling places, they have like 6 months or up to 1 year waiting lists. So this prolongs the waiting time, and people who are really in crisis, they cannot find immediate support. The people who work in these places are usually very overloaded. And this also comes to the initial problem that in Germany, in order to become a therapist, you need to study psychology in the first place, and then you need to do an extra training of at least 1.5 years, up to 5 years. And this costs like thousands of euros, like I think starting from 20,000 euros. And in a society based on inequalities, this makes these trainings accessible only to a small, privileged population. And as a result, the number of Black and of color therapists is very limited in Germany. According to many of our clients, they have made experiences of racism and discrimination within the therapy or counseling session. So, like after going through all these difficulties, finding a place to get support, and then they get also discriminated against within the session itself. So there is a lot of misunderstandings and misinterpretations of symptoms because of prejudice. There is, like, for example, one sentence that we hear a lot from clients is, "I felt like I needed to explain a lot. The therapist could not relate to my situation. They told me that if I don't like it here, I should go back to my country." In psychiatric facilities, the symptoms and suffering of LGBTIQ+ refugees and migrants are often simplified and ignored, so the patients are accused of exaggerating and pretending. These difficulties are maybe common to most refugees and migrants, and it gets more complicated for queer people. The discrimination is working on different levels and doesn't stop at the level of access to mental health. In Les Migrants, we work intersectional and we try to address multiple discriminations at the same time. But our organization is based, for example, in Berlin, so only a few people could access our services, and we get requests from different places. And when we try to refer people to other support structures, sometimes we face the situation that people have to travel from one city to the other to get the support they need, and in many cases, people don't have the money to buy the ticket to go to the next town where this support is possible. So here comes also the financial difficulties that many refugees and migrants have. And like so far, I mostly spoke of migrants and refugees, and like when you are illegalized, it gets even more complicated because you don't have any health insurance, you don't have the possibility to get the medication you need, and you don't even have the psychological security to be in the streets and to go and seek the help you need, because you might face police controls, you might get arrested and deported. So like the minimum of mental stability so you can even seek the support you need is not available. These are the points I actually wanted to address briefly. And we believe that the question of mental health should be taken more seriously and given more space in the public discourse. Because unfortunately, if no new measures will be taken, we fear that the situation will get only worse. And we are really, really alarmed by the number of suicides and suicide attempts that we are witnessing more and more in our counseling. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much, Les Migrants. And now we come to our last contribution for the hearing one from Corasol about intégration et régularisation.
Ok, bonsoir à tous. Moi, c'est Rodrigue Martial de Corasol. Et déjà, merci aux organisateurs pour l'invitation qu'ils nous ont fait part. Et je vais juste présenter Corasol et mon ami Alex va débriefer la situation complète des réfugiés en Allemagne. Corasol, c'est un groupe, comme on le dit, contre le racisme et pour la solidarité. C'est un groupe qui est né depuis 2009, qui a été créé par les étudiants allemands dans le but de pouvoir aider les réfugiés qui étaient dans les différents lagers, parce que c'était vraiment compliqué pour les réfugiés avec la situation financière, qui n'avaient pratiquement pas d'argent, qui ne recevaient rien que les Gutscheine. Et il fallait les aider à pouvoir transformer les Gutscheine pour avoir un peu d'argent et avoir des vivres frais, de quoi manger. Et c'est ce combat qui a été mené depuis 2009. Et après, avec la difficulté des réfugiés qui ne pouvaient pas se déplacer dans les différents Landkreis, parce que c'était interdit. Et c'était vraiment un combat très difficile que Corasol a mené avec aussi l'appui de beaucoup d'autres groupes à Berlin et en Allemagne. Et ce combat a été remporté malgré le fait qu'aujourd'hui encore, on a des réfugiés qui sont dans les différents lagers et qui sont en situation de doudoum, qui sont interdits complètement de pouvoir se déplacer. d'un coin à un autre, et ce qui est une très grande restriction au déplacement des personnes. Et actuellement, Corasol, notre travail actuellement, c'est dans le soutien moral des réfugiés, parce que nous aussi nous sommes réfugiés, et nous savons ce que c'est qu'être un réfugié. C'est vraiment compliqué pour une personne réfugiée qui est dans les rails de pouvoir surmonter toutes les difficultés que nous rencontrons avec les hauts salaires bureaux de la situation du racisme dans les différents coins et consorts. Donc nous soutenons les réfugiés, nous leur apportons nos différents conseils par rapport aux avocats aussi que nous conseillons pour les réfugiés. Et il y a aussi ce problème des réfugiés qui sont dans des situations difficiles de déportation, qui n'ont pas pratiquement où dormir. Et c'est le travail de Corasol de pouvoir ensemble s'entraider et trouver les lieux où les personnes peuvent squatter en attendant à échapper à une quelconque déportation qui est déjà organisée peut-être par le bureau d'heure. Donc c'est le travail que nous faisons au quotidien avec Corasol, et je vais laisser mon ami Alès qui va continuer à la présentation.
Salut à tous. Je vous remercie encore une fois de plus pour l'invitation. Je suis de Corasol comme Rodrigue. Je m'appelle Nimpoline Douangla. Ne vous inquiétez pas, ça me dérange pas en fait, quoi. Parce que si mon nom vous semble bizarre, parce que tout ce qui est européen semble bizarre aux yeux, tout ce qui n'est pas européen semble bizarre aux yeux de tous. Avec mes cheveux crépus et mon teint caramélisé, ça tape à l'œil que je viens de l'un de ces pays africains suppressés par la colonisation et la civilisation que nous appelons aujourd'hui intégration. Intégration que je vais essayer de parler aujourd'hui. Intégration, un mot moderne qui remplace ce mot civilisation au fil du temps, sans oublier que dans notre globe terrestre, les Noirs n'ont pas droit à cette intégration. Et être noir, immigré, dans tout le globe terrestre, c'est le plus pire des handicaps qu'une personne peut avoir dans sa vie. Ouais. La société nous rejette au point où ces Noirs nés ou grandis dans ces pays occidentaux ou encore étant issus d'une génération très très lointaine, comme par exemple ces Noirs américains ou latinos, nous voient juste reliés par cette histoire d'esclavage qui a tué, séquestré, violé des millions et des millions de nos peuples. Notre culture, histoire, symbole, architecture et mode a été volée, bafouée. Nous sommes obligés de payer l'entrée de ces musées dans ces pays européens ou encore dans d'autres coins du monde pour voir ou apprendre notre histoire. Et parfois, nous sommes interdits d'entrer à cause de notre couleur de peau. Dans les écoles ou universités de ces pays de l'Occident qui parlent tous les jours de démocratie et de liberté d'expression, nous ne sommes pas libres de nous exprimer malgré ces violents efforts de travail, d'engagement, de talent que nous fournissons. Nous ne sommes pas notés et admis au titre du mérite. Il y a un proverbe qui dit « le client est roi », mais dans ces magasins ou supermarchés, nous n'avons pas cette impression d'égalité ou de respect en tant que client. J'ai même vu une caissière refuser de toucher mon argent de sa propre paume de main parce que je suis noir. Je suis immigré, je suis entré en Europe par l'enclave de Melilla qui est une des villes européenne. Pour ceux qui ne savent pas, Melilla, c'est une ville d'Espagne, mais qui se trouve en plein territoire de l'Afrique. En 5 ans vécu ici en Allemagne, j'ai eu 4 ans de formation avec un diplôme qui me permet de travailler, mais je n'ai pas encore un titre de séjour. Je ne peux pas me déplacer d'une ville à une autre de l'Allemagne parce que c'est interdit. Sans en parler de cet refus de libérer le territoire allemand. Et je ne suis pas le seul, nous sommes des millions d'immigrés qui vivent le même cas. Ça fait mal, ça fait mal. Ça fait mal de savoir que son père a le cancer, mais tu ne peux pas le voir, tu ne peux pas voyager pour le voir, ça fait mal. Et c'est cette intégration que nous voulons avoir, personne ne comprend ça. Et en tant que Noirs immigrés, nous n'avons pas ce droit de liberté d'expression. Même dans nos couples, nous n'avons pas ce droit. Même parmi nos amis, nous n'avons pas ce droit de liberté d'expression. Un collègue ou un patron d'une entreprise ou d'une société préfère travailler 5 heures de temps plus avec ses idées que de travailler 4 heures de temps de moins avec les idées d'un immigré. Et encore noir, un immigré noir, c'est encore pire. Tout ce que tu dis, tout ce que tu fais, ce n'est pas admis, personne ne te comprend. Personne n'a ton opinion ne sert à rien. Ouais, nous ne sommes pas intégrés. Ce mot qui dit intégration, on ne se sent pas intégré. On ne se sent pas intégré dans nos relations, on ne se sent pas intégré même dans le monde politique de la gauche. On ne se sent pas intégré, nos opinions ne servent à rien. Notre culture, on dit Berlin, c'est une ville à multiculture, mais combien d'Africains, étudiants même, travaillent dans ces restaurants à Berlin? Combien on peut les compter? On les compte au bout du doigt. Nos cultures, combien de restaurants africains ont cette permission d'ouvrir dans ces villes européennes? En général, on voulait juste vous faire comprendre que être noir et immigré dans tout notre globe terrestre, c'est un handicap. Et un handicap que des milliers d'immigrés ou de noirs africains ont combattu. Nous prenons la relève et nous espérons qu'il y a des gens derrière nous qui prendront aussi cette relève. Je vous en remercie.
Je vais juste ajouter que ce combat, seul, on va plus vite, mais ensemble, on va plus loin. Et rappeler que pour tous ceux et celles qui sont épris de ce combat et qui sont prêts à pouvoir aider les réfugiés dans l'accompagnement dans les différents lagers, dans les différents au sein du bureau, vous serez la bienvenue. Et ceux qui ont les possibilités aussi d'avoir peut-être des chambres pour dormir, parce que c'est aussi compliqué, ça serait toujours aussi la bienvenue. Nous vous remercions.
Merci déjà beaucoup, Monsieur Alex. Tu m'as révélé beaucoup de choses dans la tête que je ne vais pas manquer de m'exprimer aussi. Merci. Et Monsieur et Madame les jurés, merci vraiment d'être là aujourd'hui. Je suis très content de partager ce moment avec vous. Je m'appelle Serge Taquin, je viens du Cameroun. Et cela fait 6 ans que je suis jour pour jour que je suis ici en Allemagne. J'ai fait une formation en mécatronique et je l'ai déjà fait au Cameroun. Et je suis ici, je ne peux pas travailler. J'ai ces compétences, je veux avoir mon propre garage, mais je n'ai pas ce droit parce que je suis noir et j'ai un double que je ne peux même pas aussi travailler. Je peux vous le présenter, ça fait 6 ans que je suis là, je reçois chaque fin du mois un mois dans mon Olvas. Il est là, je vous le présente. Celui qui peut lire, il peut bien regarder. Ouais. Avec cette vie, comment est-ce qu'un homme peut regarder? Moi, je ne peux pas regarder un blanc de bons yeux, parce que cette vie que vous nous donnez est inadmissible pour une personne qui est aussi humaine, qu'on le regarde aussi dans les yeux comme une personne. Pour moi, c'est incroyable, ce genre de vie. Je vis dans la rue, avec une formation, avec les capacités que j'ai, et je ne peux pas travailler. Comment cela peut s'expliquer? Au fait, à mon avis, j'avais dit que tout être humain ou tout être a le droit de vivre sur cette planète où il veut. Mais on a aussi créé certains mots appelés intégration, régularisation. Nous ne sommes pas des chefs, nous ne sommes pas des animaux. Tout le monde a le droit d'être où il veut. Surtout si on a les capacités d'exercer, on doit leur donner cette position, cette chance. Moi, je suis Camerounais et je pense que l'Allemagne faisait partie de l'un des pays qui ont colonisé mon pays. On a quand même eu beaucoup de choses avec les Allemands. Mais aujourd'hui, ce n'est pas ce que vous devez nous faire. Vous ne devez pas nous faire ça. Soyez un peu humains envers nous. Au fait, ce n'était pas aussi une manière de manquer le respect aux gens. J'ai été toujours humble dans mes dits. Et je souhaite beaucoup que ceux et celles qui ont les moyens et qui veulent être avec les réfugiés, n'hésitez pas d'aider les réfugiés. Parce que cette vie, à un moment, je me suis posé des questions. Pourquoi on doit vivre même? Pourquoi je dois vivre même? Ça fait 6 ans après la formation, tout ce que j'ai fait, c'était du mépris, de me jeter dans la rue. Mon grand-père était esclave. Moi aussi, je dois être esclave. Mon grand-père était un ancien combattant. Je veux combattre aussi. Mesdames et messieurs, merci d'être venus en ce jour. Je n'ai pas grand-chose à vous dire. Je m'arrête ainsi.
Thank you for this very brief and strong contribution. Now, we would like to ask if there is any questions for the jury. Yeah. From the jury, sorry. Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
My questions are related to the asylum process itself. And I want to ask if there is a clear medical and psychological evaluation at the beginning of the asylum process, at the first place, at the very first step. If there is one or not, and if there is one, how the activists and the organizations would evaluate this process of medical examination, evaluation, and psychological evaluation. And the second question, if there's any kind of trying from political, trying to oppose or propose a new law to make this as a very principal part of the asylum process itself. Myself, I am a new refugee in Germany. Just like 2 months ago, I had the acceptance, and I didn't experience that any kind of medical evaluation or psychological evaluation. And regarding the journey of the refugees and the immigrants, make it very necessary to have such a thing, and specialists, social specialists and psychological specialists who can accompany the refugees in the process. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Maybe we can put this question into the Zoom chat, and maybe one of the participants of the tribunal have an answer to that. If not, we just leave this question in the room and let us think about what Ahmed Said said. Oops, maybe then we continue if there are any more questions from the jury.
His colleague was trying to answer the question.
Ah, okay, great.
Yes. Okay, I try to answer. Thank you for this, from our opinion, very important question. On infection diseases, but we don't have an evaluation or identification of special medical needs and for disability, for psychological health. We don't have this, and this is very important, and even Germany is obliged by the EU, by EU law, to implement a process like this, but we don't have it. And the problem for this is it's in the responsibility of the federal states, of the Bundesländer in Germany, but we don't see, we really don't see many efforts to implement a process like this on a wide base.
Excuse me, yeah, do you think that it's affecting the refugees badly, or that it's violating their rights of access to health if there are very bad consequences of absence of such process?
Definitely. As long as these needs are not visible, they cannot be addressed. So it's very important to have a process like this implemented.
Thank you.
I have another question for Celine Bukadi. I was wondering if you could say something about the initial asylum interview situation, and tell us about maybe the sense that you have of difficulties that LGBTIQ plus individuals are facing in this initial interview situation, be it that translators or also the interviewing person might be hostile to them and that they find it difficult to talk about the reasons for wanting to seek refuge.
Yeah, sure, but like really very briefly, I wanted to get back to the first question. Just as an addition, I think we should be really careful with these like health and mental health screenings that could happen before the asylum procedure, because as we also know, Western white-centered medicine has also many prejudices and biases, and then this could lead, or this should not lead, to people also being discriminated again based on their mental or health status. So we should also be careful with our demand with having medical checkups on people even before they start in the asylum procedure, because I also have testimonies of people who have been into the medical procedure and faced also racism and discrimination based on that, and some illnesses explained because of origin or because of some, sorry for the word, stupid arguments. So yeah, just wanted to add this. And regarding the interviews, yes, of course, we face a lot of situations where the asylum seekers would not tell in the first interview that they are seeking asylum because of their gender identity or because of their sexual orientation. And then we end up in a situation with a very, very difficult and complicated asylum procedure because they were just afraid in the beginning to mention it because they didn't feel they could trust the interviewer or the interpreter. We also had situations where the people doing the interpretation changed what the people said or made comments on what the person said. They also would use really negative words, like negatively connotated words to describe the situation. And in some situations, the person is lucky enough to understand a bit of the German language or to have a person accompanying them who could get it. And then they could intervene and ask for another interpreter. But in most situations, these people face discrimination and they feel they are not safe also in Germany, and they might face also persecution even in Germany. Yeah.
Thank you so much for all your testimonies. I had a question for Serene. Could you explain a bit more how the process of psychological counseling for migrants and refugees actually works in Germany? You've said that the access is very limited, but when it actually exists, how are the therapists chosen? Do they have any training to deal with specific refugee and migrant situations? How many sessions are they entitled to? If there are, as you mentioned, suicide attempts, is there any sort of follow-up? Like what sort of care is there in such situations? And also I'm sorry I didn't catch your name, but the second speaker of Corazol. You mentioned that you don't speak the language, which is one of the reasons why you can't find the job, even though you've been there for 5 years. Was there any sort of language training available to you, or what sort of training is accessible where you were, and that could have facilitated that sort of integration into the job market? Thank you.
I'm sorry, can I add one question which is very much complementary to the one my colleague has just asked? Can you hear me? Can I go ahead? Well, my question is if during the interviews and all the procedure for the asylum for seeking asylum, is there a provision for what we could call cultural intermediation that is more than just interpreters, is someone who has a training for sort of doing a some bridge between the culture of the person seeking for asylum or protection and the authorities and all the procedures that are to be put in place. Is there any cultural interpreter? Does it exist? And is there anything similar to this cultural mediation during the procedure for asylum? Thank you.
I can first, I can only speak about Berlin, and to start with the first question about how do people reach psychological support, there are two versions of it, or two ways. There is the counseling centers, which are also similar to the place where I work. And in these places, usually it's free of charge, and people could get, for example, in my working place, up to 10 sessions with a counselor, and they reach out via telephone or via email, and they ask for an appointment, and then we give them an appointment as soon as possible. There are other places who are focused on dealing with trauma and victims of torture. But there are really very few places. And in these places, I sometimes call to refer a client, and they tell me, yeah, not before 6 months, or not, or our waiting list is even closed now because we reached the 1 year waiting time. So it's really a really long process to access these spaces. And if you want to start therapy with a therapist in a private practice, then you need to have health insurance, or you pay it by yourself. And many of the therapists, they don't work with health insurance, so you have to pay by yourself, and that's super, super expensive. People who take health insurance, they're also usually very overloaded. So you have also waiting time of very long waiting time. We also, in our counseling place, we counsel people on how to get the therapy they need. So we talk to them about, okay, what are their topics, which kind of support they would need, what kind of therapy would be maybe more useful for them. And we try to support them in finding this therapist. And then, of course, comes the language barrier. It's very rare to find a therapist who is LGBTQI+ friendly and who speaks more languages than German, and who has a free space. And so it's really a very complicated process to find a place in therapy for one person. And this has been a difficulty that we are facing since years now. So that's in general how it works. But yeah, it's a very, very complicated process. And also, if you don't speak German, it's hard to call these places and to ask. If you need to call 10 therapist practices to ask if they have a free spot, not all the people working at the front desk speak more languages than German. So it's really full of barriers, and that's why we also help to assist the people in accessing these spaces as well. And regarding cultural mediation, As far as I know, or in my experience, it has been mostly interpreters. But these interpreters, they are usually from the same country or same culture as the person being interviewed. So I'm not sure, or as far as I know, there is no specific training. For example, in social work schools and stuff, I did not see so far such training. Maybe I just did not come across it, and maybe it exists. But from my experience and my clients, they have been dealing with interpreters who just speak the same language. And some places they did trainings on SOGISC, so social sexual orientation and gender identity topics, but not all of them. And it happens a lot that also because of this belonging to the same culture or to the same country, it also creates obstacles to the person to say what they need to say, because they are afraid if this person knows the community, if this person knows people in my country, they could bring it back to them. Yeah. I hope I did not forget anything.
Yes, I would like to ask Marina Forti if she can repeat her question for the second witness from Curaçao, so we can translate it from English into French for the ones who are there.
I repeat first, I asked if there is any way during the process of asylum seeking or during the process of the asking for protection, if there is any provision for cultural mediation. Cultural mediation, which is more than just interpreter, translating from a language to another, and should be a sort of a providing, facilitating a bridge for the person seeking protection. And so I was asking if there is any such cultural mediation help during the process of asylum, all the process that can be very long, as we heard.
C'est bon. Elle souhaite savoir si, pendant la procédure d'asile ou toute autre procédure liée à votre parcours, il est possible à un moment donné de demander une médiation qui serait plus qu'une traduction, qui irait au-delà, mais qui serait une sorte de médiation culturelle qui prendrait en compte les nuances en quelque sorte et serait plus adéquate.
Concernant la question, je pense que celle qui a répondu tout à l'heure a pratiquement dit ce qui se passe lors de la demande d'asile. On reçoit juste un interprète qui peut par moment être de la même culture que nous ou non, mais généralement il est de la même culture, mais c'est aussi par moment un handicap qu'une personne de la même culture que toi soit interprète. Mais après, tu ne reçois pas, je ne pense pas qu'il y a de possibilité de pouvoir avoir quelqu'un qui pourra te suivre sur le plan culturel après l'interview. Donc après l'interview, tu es complètement coupé de ce système-là. Tu n'attends que la réponse de ta demande d'asile qui pourra peut-être venir après 2 semaines ou après 1 mois ou après 2 mois. Donc, et qui est forcément toujours un rejet. Donc, il n'y a pas de suivi après, que ce soit culturel ou social, sur le plan psychologique, c'est compliqué. Donc, à ma connaissance, non. Je ne sais pas si la réponse est bonne, si elle est complète. Merci.
Merci. Donc maintenant, sorry. So, now we would like to take a short break again and see you back in 20 minutes at 6 p.m. Thank you so much for your attention and for all the witnesses and organizations who already shared their testimonies and experience with us, and also to the jury. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Welcome back for our second hearing for today. It's the one before the last hearing. We plan to have 3 inputs in this hearing. It's about access to health. Unfortunately, one input will be canceled because the participant, unfortunately, is very sick and she will try to contribute tomorrow. Now, our first input would be about violation of migrants and refugees' right to health during the COVID-19 pandemic. This will be done by Francis Weber, Institution of Race Relations from the UK. All these following hearings will be through the video conference, and I also would like to say thank you for the online participants for being with us. We have around 50 participants during the first hearing, and thank you for staying for this late time. Now I will leave the floor for Francis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, can you hear me? Okay, good. So first I want to just congratulate the organizers for putting this tribunal together. It's fantastic. At any time, having been part of the London steering group for the London Tribunal in 2018, I have some awareness of the obstacles and the work that is involved in organizing a tribunal, but you have had to overcome unprecedented technical obstacles as well. So congratulations and many thanks also for holding the hearing in English. So I represent the Institute of Race Relations and the PPT London Steering Group. Our focus is on the pandemic and how that has illuminated and aggravated the devastating impact on migrants and refugees of the British government's hostile environment immigration policies. So tomorrow, my colleague on the PPT steering group, Angie Garcia from Walling Walling, is going to talk about the impact of the pandemic and the hostile environment on a particularly vulnerable migrant group, domestic workers. So I'm going to speak to the written submission, which is here. Can you see that? Have you got that? Okay, it's about survival now. And it's based on evidence and reports sent in to us from groups who participated in the London hearing and on material published by the Institute on its news service. The whole written submission is available on the website of the PPT London Steering Group, which is called migranttribunal.org, Migrant Tribunal, all one word. Okay, so everybody agrees that the pandemic is having a disproportionate and devastating impact on Black and minority ethnic communities in the UK and on poor and deprived communities. So both of those groups contain a lot of refugees and migrants. The government knows this. It commissioned a report from Public Health England that bore it out. There's been loads of published studies. They all say the same thing. But the government has done nothing to address this devastating impact. And it has blamed comorbidities. It has blamed all sorts of different health conditions. It has blamed even people's jobs, overcrowded households, and deprivation, as if those things were lifestyle choices rather than conditions forced on people by institutions. So our submission looks at the violations of migrants' rights to health under two general heads. First of all, creating the conditions for ill health, and secondly, denial or obstruction of access to healthcare. So the first thing, creating the conditions for ill health, we say that the government has done this by housing asylum seekers in mass accommodation where they cannot follow the guidance to self-isolate or wash their hands. It has refused to lift immigration policies and conditions which endanger migrants' health. So mass accommodation, first of all. Early on in the pandemic, we saw that while the government tried belatedly to suppress the virus in the population at large, it seemed to be applying a different strategy to asylum seekers, immigration detainees, and prisoners. The strategy seemed to be containment without regard to their health needs in order to protect not them, but the British public from them. Like a milder version of the camps in Greece and of the militarized quarantine in the Czech Republic, which locked down whole Roma settlements. The government has refused to empty detention centres, even though detention is supposed to be for the purpose only of removal, and even when people could not be removed from the country, it refused to empty detention centres and even challenged judges who were ordering the release of detainees, which meant that actually detention centres did lose about 3/4 of their population, but that wasn't the Home Office, that was the judges. The Home Office has intensified the concentration of asylum seekers in mass accommodation where distancing is impossible, sanitation and hygiene facilities poor or non-existent. Hostel accommodation for asylum seekers is privatized and often filthy, squalid, dangerous, and infested with rats and insects. One notorious hostel in Yorkshire contained over 260 people in one building, sharing canteen facilities, sometimes sharing bathrooms and bedrooms. So it's not surprising that there were COVID outbreaks in asylum accommodation. At the height of the first wave, over 300 asylum seekers were moved out of self-contained flats in Glasgow into hotels. Their meagre weekly allowance of £39, roughly 40 euros, was taken from them. 2 weeks later, a Syrian refugee committed suicide. And a month after that, a Sudanese man broke down under the strain and stabbed 6 people and was shot dead by police. And it seems to be recognized generally that these mental health crises were brought about by concentrating these asylum seekers, moving them from their self-contained accommodation into crowded, insanitary, dirty hotel accommodation. And now asylum seekers are being crowded into old military barracks surrounded by high fences and barbed wire in Kent and in Wales. An official inspection report which came out today describes reception facilities for the people crossing the channel in small boats. So a reception area in Dover resembled a building site. Detainees were arriving wet and cold, but often had to spend hours in the open air or in cramped containers. Basic supplies, including dry clothing, ran out during the inspection. Some detainees were placed in escort vehicles in wet clothes. Some detainees were held for more than 2 days in rooms with no sleeping facilities, no showers, and no access to open air. The Kent unit was crowded and poorly ventilated. Social distancing was not possible, and there were no hand washing facilities or even sanitizer in the women's toilets. This was an inspection carried out in September, 6 months into the pandemic. So these are the conditions that asylum seekers face in the UK. Conditions which are almost guaranteed to cause ill health and to expose people to the pandemic. In relation to other migrants, so the government has refused to lift a number of conditions which make life impossible for many migrants in the UK. There is a condition that most migrants are, their residence permits say no recourse to public funds. So that means no welfare benefits. And obviously, if people have lost their jobs as a result of the pandemic, they can't, if there are no recourse to public funds, they can't get benefits. They're not entitled to the government subsidies or support that are being offered to people. An estimated 1.4 million people are barred under this condition from access to welfare benefits. So if those migrants do have jobs, they can't afford to stop the work if they fall ill, because there will be no welfare benefits for them. And that again is likely to expose people to the virus. And there are many people. There was a man called Elvis who was a cleaner for in the Ministry of Justice, although he was working outsourced, and he died of COVID because he simply could not afford to stop work. He was one of many. A study by the Migrants' Rights Network and others found that people with this condition, no recourse to public funds, are more likely to become seriously ill or to die if they contract COVID. But despite this, they can't access the help they need. So the government was asked but refused to regularize undocumented migrants, so as to allow them to work or claim benefits. It's refused to suspend hostile environment policies, which criminalize unauthorized work, prevent access to rented homes and to health care. These policies were designed to encourage people to leave the country by making life impossible for them. But even when it was actually impossible to leave the country because the borders were closed, the government refused to waive or suspend these policies. So within the NHS too, institutional racism has endangered the health of migrant workers as well as that of patients. A new report from the NHS Confederation Black Leadership Network, which has only just come out, and so it's not in our written submission. It's called COVID-19 and the Disproportionate Effect on BME Communities, Perspectives from the Front Line. It's based on a survey of Black and minority ethnic NHS staff, and it highlights the institutional racism within the NHS towards BME and migrant health workers. 70% of frontline NHS health workers who had died of COVID-19 by mid-April were Black or minority ethnic. And the Filipino Nurses Association said that more Filipino nurses and care staff had died in the UK than in the Philippines. Filipinos accounted for a quarter of all deaths in the NHS workforce and nearly 1/3 of deaths among nurses. The NHS Confederation report went some way to explaining this by describing how BME and migrant staff have been pushed, bullied, pressured, and intimidated into frontline roles, often in the early days without any personal protective equipment. So that's the section about creating the risks. Then I just want very quickly to move on to the second issue, which is denial or obstruction of access to healthcare. The main obstacles to healthcare for migrants are NHS charges and the fear of debt, and for undocumented or precarious migrants, data sharing and fear of detection and deportation, and also language and digital lack of digital access. So charges, regular migrants, workers must pay a health surcharge, currently about €690 a year when they get or renew a residence permit. They must pay the whole amount for the duration of the visa, which is generally 2.5 years. So a family with 2 adults and 2 children must find nearly €7,000 for the health surcharge in front of the visa fees. So they must find a total of about €10,000 altogether. Undocumented migrants and refused asylum seekers needing non-emergency hospital treatment must pay 150% of the cost of treatment in advance. This applies to serious and life-threatening conditions, including cancer. Pregnant women and newborn infants are not exempt. Although refugees, asylum seekers, and people with infectious diseases, including coronavirus, are exempt from charging, they are often wrongly charged because the exemptions are not widely publicized, and also because the charging regime has completely changed the relationship between medical staff and patients. It has destroyed or damaged the mutual trust that was there. So the main effect of the charges has been to make undocumented or low-paid migrants unwilling to seek hospital treatment. Then in 2018, it was discovered that the NHS was sharing confidential patient data with the Home Office for immigration enforcement. The government has since claimed that this has been suspended. but the fear that seeking treatment. Yeah, I'll just finish, but maybe 1 minute. The fear that seeking treatment could lead to detention and deportation acts as a powerful deterrent. Language problems, much public health information is not translated. Ring the NHS helpline, and it's very difficult if you're trying to say, I don't understand English. And additionally, online services, including medical consultations, are not available to poor migrants when community centres and libraries providing free online access are closed. People simply don't have and can't afford the digital access. Okay, so migrant communities are battling this, battling racism, battling the virus, trying to keep traditions of solidarity and mutual support alive, and trying to publicize the situation and make demands for all their communities to enjoy basic rights to health. And the PPT London Steering Group has called for a rights-based approach to immigration policy in its manifesto for migrant and refugee rights. Thank you.
Thank you to Francis. Now the second contribution will come from our co-convener, Transnational American Platform Europe and Migrant and Self-Organizations, and they will report on migrant and refugee health, violations of the right to health and the access to healthcare for undocumented migrant and refugee people in the Netherlands.
Hi, good evening. I'm Yasmin Soraya from the Netherlands. First of all, I would like to thank my colleague Petra Snelder from TMP to give opportunity for me to speak in this very important session. And thank you all for the opportunity so I can deliver all the problems what I experience in my works. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. I work I've been working with Indonesian undocumented migrants for more than 10 years in the Netherlands. Our members are not only from the specific city, but they are mostly spread out in all cities in the Netherlands, like in Amsterdam, The Hague, and Rotterdam. And for the last 2 years, I'm also working for The Hague Wereldhuis. That's an organization in The Hague, which we give assistances and we give advice for the undocumented migrants, not only specific for Indonesian migrants, but also from various migrants, all migrants from the various countries in the world. In my experience assisting the migrants in The Hague, in this opportunity, I would like to deliver the problems about what I see and what the migrants experience on the field. And my colleague Petra Snelder will explain about the regulations regarding of the accessing healthcare in the Netherlands. The migrants, when they are sick and they need to go to the doctor, in the Netherlands, they have regulation that they can go to the general practitioners, but not all general practitioners know that they can help people even though without document. Some of our migrants, they are asked to be paid or even to give the information about their residence permit, and it's very difficult for them. And some of them are afraid to even to go to the doctor. And also in the hospital, usually the administration make it more difficult because they ask for the insurance and also for the money to access the healthcare in the hospital. We as organization in The Hague, we try to give awareness to the doctor, general practitioners, and also to the hospital that all migrants, regardless their residence permit, they can access the healthcare. And until now, even though it's difficult, but we can, our migrants, they can access the healthcare. And however, some of them, they still get the bill that they should pay, and it's very expensive, and they cannot pay the bill. And in the Netherlands, there is a institution that can help to pay the bill for the people without insurance, and Petra will explain about it. And to access the medicine, there is a rule that the people without document or without insurance, they can get the medicines, but they have to pay at least €5. Even maybe we think €5 is nothing, but for the undocumented people who cannot work, they have no rights to work, and they have no regular income, €5 is a big thing. And in The Hague, thanks to the diocony, diocony helped the people to pay €5 so people can get the medicine without paying. It happens, the problem to access the medical treatment, it's not only for the people who have physical problem, but also psychic problem. We have, I have seen a lot of migrants that have psychic problem, and it's difficult for them because they don't even have place also to go. For the people who are sick, if they have family or people they know, they can be helped. But for the migrants who have no one, it's difficult for them to get the treatment and also place to stay. They cannot access the shelter because we call it the government, the local government will decide who will get the shelter or not, and there is no basic how do you say, information how sick is the person that can get the shelter. So a lot of people sleeping on the street because of that. And my last information maybe in regards of the COVID, a lot of people now when they have symptoms of COVID, they want to do the test, and it's a little bit difficult to access the free test that government provide, because they ask for the SOFI number, and a lot of undocumented people, they don't have SOFI number. But with our assistant, we can explain that all people, even though they don't have SOFI number, they can do the corona test. Less things about the healthcare for your teeth and for your mouth cleaning. How do you say, the treatment of the teeth? There is no, at this moment, insurance at all for the undocumented people. They need to pay themselves. And luckily, in The Hague, we set up friendly networks, that is networks of dentists, and they can go to the dentist and the social funds in The Hague, they can help for the payment of the cost of the dentist. So that's all the problem that we experience on the field, and I will give the floor to my colleague Petra Snelder to explain in more detail about the regulations in Netherlands. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes. Hello. My name is, hello everyone. My name is Petra Snelders. I'm from the transnational migrant platform Europe, and I also represent the Respect Network Europe. It's a network of migrant domestic workers organizations. And thank you very much to give me the opportunity to give you a short overview of the rights to health of migrants and refugees in the Netherlands, or better said, the violations of those rights. We have submitted a report for this PPT that you can find on the website. In the report, the experience are brought together of more than 50 migrant and refugee organizations and support organizations, key staff members and health organizations who are working with migrant and refugees communities, and information from very different reports. In general, the right to health and healthcare for migrants and refugees in the Netherlands is disproportionately negatively affected by factors such as precarious socio-economic position, the quality of houses, and unhealthy or dangerous labor conditions without proper protection even in this time of COVID, and if forced to work closely alongside with others. In our submission, however, we focus especially on the situation of undocumented migrants and out-of-procedure refugees. In principle and on papers, undocumented migrants and refugees have some rights to healthcare in the Netherlands. We also already heard it from Yasmin, that are, however, many obstacles to achieve these rights. The root of this problem is the legal framework, the so-called Linkage Act. And the act, in this act, prohibits people without immigration status access to all social services. And access to healthcare is only possible when it is medically necessary care. And meant with that is that it is care that is covered in a Dutch basic health insurance, and so dedicated also by the doctors. But as it already implies in the name, it is very basic. For instance, dental care for adults, it's not part of it. Physiotherapy is not part of it. Contraception is not part of it. It's all not covered. Most Dutch citizens therefore find it necessary to take out an additional health insurance, and something that is impossible to do when you are undocumented due to that Linkage Act. Health practitioners can reimburse cost of basic medical care of undocumented. However, this is a bureaucratic and a complicated procedure. Not all health practitioners are familiar with this procedure, and the procedure itself can take up to more than 1.5 years before reimbursement will happen. In our experience, this is regularly a reason why some health services is denied to undocumented, although the right is there. Furthermore, health practitioners are obliged first to ask the undocumented patient if she or he are able to pay for the bill. We also heard that from Yasmin before. This creates a lot of pressure and a feeling of humiliation, causing that somebody rather will avoid necessary health care than to endure this kind of procedure. Also, out of fear of being reported to the authorities, undocumented migrants will be hesitant, even in emergencies, to reach out for the necessary health care. Since the general practitioner, the family doctor, is the front door to other healthcare services in the Netherlands, except the hospitals, registering to a GP practice is essential. However, GPs are often reluctant to have undocumented or too many undocumented migrants as a patient because the bureaucratic system that takes a lot of time and delay in reimbursement of costs, or because the extra work burden for GPs, since many undocumented migrants have, due to their unsafe and unsecure circumstances, often complicated health issues, as well physically as psychological, or because of the false notion that undocumented migrants has no right to healthcare. And this notion has often undocumented themselves too, thinking that they don't have the right to healthcare at all. Being locked outside the official and state system of healthcare, undocumented migrants can only rely on two main sources of support: their own self-organizations or from solidarity and human rights organizations. The result is that undocumented are too much dependent for their access to healthcare of social networks and support community organizations that can provide that knowledge on their rights and or act as intermediaries. So although on paper there is limited access to healthcare for undocumented, the reality is much more reluctant. And this is also true for the growing older generation among the undocumented, often living and working already for decades in the Netherlands. They often have additional health needs related to their age and to the nature of the work they have undertaken all those years. It is also true for the children and youth and the impact on the psychological and mental health of being undocumented, although some of them are living in the Netherlands since a young age or even born there. Psychological and mental health care is hardly accessible for undocumented migrants, while being undocumented, on the other hand, has a huge negative impact on the psychological and mental health. It leads to constant anxiety, tension, and fear of being discovered, being reported, being deported, and the loss of livelihood, which is the mainstay support for their children or families in the Netherlands and in their home countries. The problems in accessing the care, but also the complicated Dutch mental health care system itself, cause increased traumas and deterioration of symptoms. Undocumented migrant women experiences the impact of the lack of access to healthcare, again, also in other ways. Many of them started to be documented, but lost their visa for various reasons. They are now often working as domestic workers in private households, in hotels, catering, and industries, not always, but regularly in unsafe and even exploitative labor conditions. For those in a violent relationship, they have on paper the right to an immigration status on humanitarian grounds if they can prove the violence. However, the last decade, the burden of proof has been increasingly difficult. They need as well declaration of the violence from the police or the prosecutor, as well from the shelter or support services. While it is very difficult when you are undocumented to find shelter or that support service. Data shows that more than 80% of the women who has to deal with domestic violence with a dependent resident permit are granted continued residence based on domestic violence. For undocumented women, it is even only 25%. And those are data of women who did apply. Many of the abused women will not come forward for fear of deportation and try to find other ways to survive. Women living in asylum seeker centers are often inadequately protected by the Center from Gender-Based Violence. Those who are the victim of violence are excluded from regular and specialized shelters and support services. They have only access to the most basic non-specialized shelters and support services for asylum seekers. And the same is also the case for those LGBTIs who are experience violence within the centers. Migration is not a crime. Nevertheless, the detention of undocumented migrants has become commonplace in the Netherlands, as it is in other EU countries. Immigration detention has a profound impact on the physical and mental health of the detained and on their relatives and the friends outside, as many reports shows. In the case of children in detention, in principle that's not allowed in the Netherlands. For the purpose of deportation, children and their family are detained in so-called closed family facilities. Families have their own living units where they can cook for themselves and there are some activities for the children. However, there is a closed fence around that facility. The families are often moved to other facilities. There is no privacy, and there is hardly any care to deal with the traumatic experiences of the children. Deportation occurs early in the morning, what is particularly for the children extremely stressful and traumatic. They are lying awake in anticipation on a knock on the door. Will this be the day that they will be deported? And every day they are missing friends that were deported that morning. I like to finish with a few of our recommendations. In our submission, we are mentioning more. First and foremost, uphold the human right to health and healthcare for everybody based on the principle of non-discrimination in all areas of prevention, protection and treatment, as well physical and psychological, and with disregard of immigration status or ethnic origins. Ensure that those rights are not only on paper, but are implemented in reality. Implement regularization of undocumented migrants and refugees. The lack of immigration status is in itself a key factor of risks to health and well-being, leading to serious and sustained violation of the right to health, physical and psychological. And stop the criminalization of refugee communities, stop the detention of migrants and refugees, and break with the policies of seeing migrants and refugee peoples as Europe's problem, but place a human rights-based approach at the center of the policy frameworks and end the policy of double standards, systematic violation in the access to the human right to health and all other human rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Francis. Thank you very much, Thuraya, and thank you very much, Petra. They highlighted points from the UK to the Netherlands of the difficulties facing refugees and undocumented migrants accessing health care, especially during the corona. From these points, they share the cost, the regulations, administration, and fear of the deportation, as well as when they are forced to be deported, as Francis explained, why the borders are closed. Now, with these points, we would like to ask the jurors if they have any questions.
Thank you for your interesting inputs. I have a question on the situation of undocumented migrants in the Netherlands. So as far as I understood, there's a very limited healthcare available for undocumented migrants that is covered by the state. And you said that migrants may visit the doctor, but my question is, can they also be transferred to a specialized doctor, or does this healthcare only cover like an examination by a general practitioner? And my second question is, we heard earlier in Germany the problem is that data, well, as soon as the welfare office comes into play and covers the costs of healthcare of undocumented migrants in Germany, their data is transferred to the immigration authorities. And you also mentioned that in the Netherlands, migrants fear being discovered if they seek healthcare. So could you maybe elaborate on whether they are in risk of their data being transmitted to the authorities? And the same question on healthcare for undocumented migrants in UK. Did I understand correctly that basically in UK, healthcare is limited to absolute emergencies, or can undocumented migrants be treated for acute illnesses that are not an emergency in UK under NHS without having to fear that they are discovered and deported.
Can we check if we have anyone to answer these questions from our speakers? Maybe Thuraya or Petra from the Netherlands to ask the question regarding the Netherlands, and Francis?
Shall I start?
Yeah, go ahead.
The question was about access to specialized services. As I said, the only access is the access to if the medical necessary care. So even with, for example, psychological help or going to shelters, there must be a reference by somebody who mentioned that it will be a medical necessary care. Of course, there is a possibility if you are paying it for yourself, and that means a lot of money. For example, some surgeries in hospitals that are not covered by the medical necessary care insurance. And so that will not be reimbursed also by the state. Of course, it is possible to try to have to find a hospital that gives you your that surgery, but you have to pay for it. And some hospitals will do it. Some hospitals will not. There are some hospitals that is known that they are on the list of hospitals that also give healthcare to undocumented. Regarding the data and the reporting, it is especially that people are really very afraid of being reported to the authorities. It is mostly not done. It's not supposed to be because the health there is an how do you call it in English? Normally, it is a client or a patient confidentiality together with the health practitioner that there will not be a reporting to the authorities, but of course you never know for sure, and that makes it really very difficult. It is all really dependent from the person that will help you.
Okay, thank you. She's still muted. Do you have something to add? Sorry, you were muted. Okay, maybe Francis? Okay. And from the Netherlands, I cannot see the screen clearly. Do we have? Okay, Francis.
Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the question was about undocumented migrants' access to non-emergency healthcare. So in the UK, access to GPs, to general practitioners, remains free, although many GP surgeries don't seem to understand this, and so many undocumented migrants have difficulties registering, but Doctors of the World is one of the groups that has been working to try to get registration campaigns. But in relation to hospital treatment, the only hospital treatment that is free is emergency hospital treatment. So once the immediate emergency is over and you've had the operation, say, to remove a tumor, then all the rest of the treatment is paid for, must be paid for. And it was, I think it was in 2017 that the government made it stipulated that the payments must be made in advance, that so that any patient who doesn't have the correct documents, so first of all, that means that obviously everybody has to be checked. Then patients without the correct documents must be charged in advance at 150% of the actual cost of the treatment. So that applies to cancer treatment. One of the Windrush generation people who was in fact legally in the UK, but was deemed to be illegally in the UK, he was given a bill for £64,000, which is over 70,000 euro, to have cancer treatment, and he could not have that cancer treatment until he had paid that money. Does that answer the question?
Thank you very much. Is there any other questions from the jurors?
I have a question.
Okay.
May I?
No, yes,
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. This is a question to all of the speakers. Francis was talking about how migrant communities are battling and keeping traditions of solidarity and mutual support alive and trying to publicize this situation. And I wanted to ask all of you, because you're working in different contexts, what we can learn from each other about the kinds of messages and ways of publicizing the situation that are working, and where those messages are getting stuck or being violently rejected. So it was to invite you to share a little bit further what is working in that regard.
Okay. Shall we see the screen to see who want to answer first? Maybe Francis or Thuraya. I don't know if Thuraya is still with us. Betra?
Yes, it's a very nice question, because it's one of the things that came also up with the consultations, with the meetings that we had with several organizations, that for so long there are a lot of reports, and already from 2000, since the Linkage Act was installed, 10 years later, now 20 years later, there are a lot of reports, and sometimes it's a little bit repetitive, that you think, my God, we know this, we know what is going on, you know what's going on. So on the one hand, that's their part. There are a lot of reports, there are a lot of cooperation, there are information that it's there, everybody knows, but it's still, the situation is also still there. So that's the negative part. To say also something nice is, for example, the Linkage Act that was in 1998 was in the beginning only access to healthcare in life-threatening situations. So if you really merely drop that, it was not when you break your bones. It was not for cancer treatment, because then you are going to die in a little while, a little bit later. So it's not life-threatening. There is a lot of cooperation and a lot of campaigning, and that have led to a change in the system, that the access to healthcare is now more open, but of course not more on paper than in reality, but at least it's more there. There is a possibility to get there. So it is a little bit two ways, and I think the cooperation is really very important when we are talking about gathering data and reports, etc. So that's already very important to do, and because then you can campaign for some change. The difficult and the risk is that mostly it will only be changed. That is a little bit in the design. It is hardly ever a real systemic change that really will improve the situation. How do you call it that? And really a systemic change of the situation of the position of migrants and refugees in general, and especially of undocumented migrants and refugees.
Thank you so much for the contributions.
May I?
Ah.
Oh, yes. Sorry, I
yes,
had already.
One last remark, because we need to move on. Otherwise, we will be very much behind the schedule.
Oh, thank you so much for your testimonies. I have a question that occurred to me with a point that Frances made during her intervention, but that I would also like to hear Petra and Yasmin's opinion on it, if possible. So even though, as you mentioned, Frances, refugees in the UK were being taken to mass accommodation and hostels with bad sanitary conditions, rumors of them being hosted in luxury led to shocking videos of ultranationalist groups invading those hostels and harassing refugees. And so since the public's opinion is essential to turn this perception of migrants from threats to people whose human rights need to be defended, how do you think we can address this overwhelming, inaccurate and very cruel perception of migrants in the UK and elsewhere in Europe? And I guess to Yasmin and Petra along the same way, along the same lines, in your list of recommendations, what would you suggest in terms of literally fighting these fake news about migrants? Thank you.
Okay, can I, in answering that, or trying to answer that, I'd also like to go back to Leah's question about what works. So there has been quite a successful, I think, sort of counter movement to welcome the refugees, to defend the people who are in the hotels. There's been a huge amount of support by organisations such as Positive Action in Housing in Glasgow, the South Yorkshire Migration and Asylum Action Group in Glasgow and in Yorkshire, Kent Refugee Help, who held the 200 people went and did a sort of ceremony of welcome at the barracks where these people were being held, and people also in Wales. So there's a lot of local support. There's a lot of anti-racist work and community work being done, which is successful on a local level, but also on a more national level, because the community groups and the migrant rights groups also have been, by drawing attention to for example, the NHS charging, stuff like that. Migrants Organise is an organisation which has been going into hospitals, getting hospital staff to talk about how it feels to impose charges. And it's something they have never talked about amongst themselves. And just talking about it and expressing the unease and the conflict that they feel, it's created quite a strong movement within the NHS to abolish NHS charging. And so those kinds of movements, which work very much sort of at community level, they do work. So for example, there's huge pressure now on the government about asylum accommodation because of the work that community groups like SIMAG have done in exposing the squalid conditions and the dangers that asylum seekers face. So it's just a question of just reminding people and the government time and time and time again, day in, day out, that these are people who need human treatment.
Thank you, and thank you so much for providing us with some background on the situation, especially in the UK, but also in the Netherlands. And now we would like to move on with our third hearing on European Union border politics. And we have a video message first from Philip from Love 146. And second, we have a presentation of Kashef from Alarm Phone about the cooperation with the European Union neighboring countries despite human rights violations. And we are very excited to move on with that. And this will be also our last hearing for this day. We will give more information on what will come the next few days after the hearing happened. Thank you.
I'm Philip Ishola, I'm the CEO for Love 146 UK. We're an organisation that provides care and support to trafficked children, children unaccompanied and separated, and on the move across Europe, and indeed we work in other parts of the world, specifically working with these vulnerable groups. Part of our initiative to support the Permanent Peoples Tribunal and to create an indictment of individual states or groups of states within a union to look at how and why the conflict between border protection, legislative frameworks, asylum systems that are developed, and that of the children's conventions, such as the Convention on the Rights of the Child, and also the various conventions in regard to trafficking, and in particular the Human Rights Act and indeed Human Rights Convention. And I say a conflict because there is a conflict between the two, and this dichotomy is explicit in how children are seen and treated, and this conflict has hugely detrimental impacts on the lives of children in a whole range of areas, including health. And when we talk about health, I specifically refer to the trauma that children have experienced, and indeed I would go as far as to say traumatising these children further in regard to how they are treated, seen as children, and indeed as young people up to the age of 18 and young adults post-18. Conflicts undermine the humanitarian conventions and indeed undermine state child protective legislation and mechanisms designed to protect all children that are within a member state's area of responsibility, or indeed within the area of responsibility of a union of member states, such as the European Union and the Council of Europe in that regard. And these children, who are inherently vulnerable within these migration routes, and in particular these trafficked children that are hidden further within these migration routes, and indeed in other routes that are employed by human traffickers and child traffickers in particular, are clear. They are vulnerable, and the responsibility that is incumbent on the state or group of states is also clear, as defined within the conventions, the multiple conventions, from Lanzarote to the Convention on the Rights of the Child, and indeed the Human Trafficking Conventions. But it becomes clear when engaging with these children that their best interests, their rights, the duties that are incumbent on states are compromised. The conflict between immigration, border protection and asylum legislation and child protection conventions is clear. and the impact even more so in terms of how children are treated and their experience, which we see within the media and from personal stories and reports of children and their treatment across Europe within the migration route that they are sometimes forced to undertake, and indeed within the reception arrangements of multiple states across Europe, including the United Kingdom. A question arises: is that compromise intentional or unintentional? We pose it is intentional and designed through the immigration, asylum, border protection mechanisms to prioritise those over the protection, needs and rights of children. With that being the case, we as an organisation, along with a range of organisations that we work with, partner with and consult with, are similarly minded that it is intentional, and that intention is manifest in how children are seen, treated as children and indeed young adults. And this can manifest itself in many ways. The detention of children, the questioning of their age, which leads to detention and return to places of exploitation. The short-term reception arrangements with a view to pushing for the return of these children once they reach the age of majority, and indeed in some member states before they reach the age of majority, which is 18. That being the case, where children are returned within that framework, they are in all probability returned to places of exploitation. So culpable in terms of member states. When I mention conflict between legislation, I cannot see, as an individual, certainly as an organisation, any circumstances in which you would put children at risk in this context, or indeed any context. And the conventions that we have as individual states and groups of states ratified are there for that reason. So the non-compliance with those particular conventions have a immensely damaging and detrimental impact on the lives of children. And what I've expressed so far is really policy terms and policy language and conventions, and quite high level in terms of system and systematic responses at state level having an impact. But what I'd like to say at this point is, when we talk about this, these mechanisms and systems have an immediate impact on the lives of these children, and indeed long-lasting impacts where safety has not been provided, where treatment has been impactful on a child and young adult's mental health, from a whole range of different directions, all designed to perpetuate and prioritise the need to keep migration down. And I would pose at this point that there are no circumstances that would enable or facilitate any child to be put in that position, and the conventions that I referred to earlier on are there to ensure that that is not the case. So the case we put to the tribunal will reflect these particular concerns, and these concerns directly related to children, young people, and indeed young adults, 18 years and above. And I think it's important to emphasise this, that children are children as defined by the Convention. However, the commitment that we give to these children as children, certainly reflected within the child protective and looked after framework within the UK, for example, where children are cared for and their future planned with them and for them for a safe future as young adults and into full adulthood is crucial. As it currently stands, that refusal to put the needs of children and young people first as a priority in all instances, as is reflected within the Convention on the Rights of the Child, is immensely damaging, not only to those individual children, but to our values as states that purport to care for children, hence the creation of the conventions, to do no harm and to ensure that the most vulnerable are protected as reflected in the Human Rights Convention. Now, as an organisation, we have taken a clear stand, and we would like, and indeed will, put forward some recommendations in regard to how children are seen, treated by member states, by union of member states, by individuals, by departments, by ministries, by governments. And what we would propose is that there is responsibility and culpability in terms of the complicity in ensuring that the rights of these children are removed. And we have three clear recommendations. First relates specifically to children being seen as children first, their needs recognised first as children and foremost, and their rights and needs afforded them as a priority above all else. The second relates specifically to young people who transition the age of majority into young adulthood, and their rights and needs afforded them as a priority above all else. Complicity and culpability. Our third demand will focus specifically at holding those individuals, policymakers, departments, ministries, governments, union of governments to account for those actions that directly impact the rights of children and indeed harm those children. And where that is the case, the full weight of the law as defined within the humanitarian protection be brought to bear on these individuals across the spectrum. They must be held to account. I will conclude by saying, as it appears when you look across Europe and indeed the world, how human rights are sidelined, undermined, ignored, denigrated, we should be hugely concerned, because these rights are afforded to all as human beings, afforded to all children. They are immensely important. And those who are minded, for whatever reason, to dismantle or disregard those or to break those should be held accountable. Thank you for listening. My name is Philip Ishola of Love 146 UK. We wish you well.
Thank you for this. Thank you for this input from Philip. Now we have in-person input here in refugee, and it's from Mohammed Al-Kashif from Alarm Phone.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Jurors. Thanks for organizing the PPT in Berlin. And thank you for inviting me to talk about one of the most crucial topics of nowadays. Actually, I will speak about, as we heard the whole day on the different hearings, the problem that migrants and refugees in different European countries face. But actually, I want to just go back with time and place. Before people reach Europe, they have a long journey, one of the hardest journeys from Africa, Asia, to Europe. And today we will just go briefly through some points and case studies that show us how EU and Germany specifically as an EU member state has a big responsibility behind the idea of EU borders externalization and the huge role of developing the strategies. In the recent years, the German government has stood out as one of the few EU governments with a more welcoming approach to refugees. Alone in Europe, Germany accepted more than 1 million asylum seekers since 2015. The role Germany plays in EU border externalization, though, is in sharp contrast to its public image. There is no EU country more active than Germany in posting and militarizing border security in third countries. It pushes for military and security cooperation to stop migration and provides military and security equipment to a long list of African, Middle Eastern, and non-EU European nations. And unfortunately, that Chancellor Angela Merkel also argues for more arms transfer to African nations as part of development aid, because only where security is ensured can be safe. If we just go through different German rules in different African countries, we will see since 2014, even before, which called the summer of migration, before 2015, we will see the rule of German in Mauritania, where the construction of 3 border posts, equipment for 9 police officers, funding of 6 coaches to develop national training strategy focused on border security. In Niger, also construction of 9 police stations on the border with Nigeria, including equipment, vessels, motorcycles, and training model for border security, equipment for police forensic laboratory. In Chad, construction of border spot on the border with Cameroon, equipment and training blend. In Nigeria, more vessels to the Nigerian Immigration Service and more development projects taking place. Germany's assistance for security projects in Africa dates from long before 2015. Since 2008, State Development Cooperation Agency, GIZ, has implemented on behalf of the German Federal Foreign Office the police program Africa in Niger, Nigeria, Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, Democratic Republic of Congo, Chad, Mauritania, and South Sudan. And after the Khartoum process and Valletta, this also program implemented in Egypt with Sudan, Tunisia, and other 22 African countries. The German government refused to disclose which German companies were contracted for this program and EUTF projects that related to the EU fund books. Tunisia is another reception of German assistance, receiving tens of millions of euros and donated or funded equipment and training, including radars, night vision equipment, and vessels. Together with the US government, Germany is helping Tunisia develop an electronic border surveillance system with the work carried by the American Defense Threat Reduction Agency. The Bundespolizei trains Tunisian border guards, for example, in the detection of foreign documents, and they also carry out joint measures in border control and maritime security. Other countries that received border security equipment donations from Germany include European, even EU countries such as Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Macedonia, as well as some in the Middle East, such as Lebanon, Egypt, and Sudan. Together with Luxembourg and the United States, Germany supported an OSCE project to strengthen border guard capacities in Turkmenistan, which included training courses and the donation of non-lethal paramilitary equipment and outfits. Germany donated even jeeps, cars, in 2011. Plus computer office equipment to the border police and immigration department in Gambia since 2012. It has supported Nigeria with the military equipment through the German Technical Advisory Group agreement. This includes material for border security, such as surveillance equipment and ground radar system. And in July 2017, Germany donated communication and maritime surveillance equipment to Benin in the context of ECOWAS Integrated Maritime Strategy for Zone E. Germany also donates military equipment for armed forces in recent years. It provided both Cameroon and Nigeria with military goods, including vessels and surveillance equipment for the fight against Boko Haram. In October 2016, on an African tour, Merkel pledged 10 million euros for communications equipment and vessels for Niger's army to strengthen its border security capacities. German former defense minister subsequently handed over 100 flatbed military trucks and over 115 motorcycles and satellite phones for use by army and police. All this aids, all this equipment, all this border security agreement have followed on each other at high speed as a refugee crisis emerged at the top of its political agenda, while the EU also works on migration agreements with countries in Eastern Europe, Central Asia, Middle East. It gives most attention to Africa. In November 2015, the Valletta Summit on Migration took place between the EU and 35 African nations, which produced an action plan, and it contains many measures to set up military, security cooperation, and assistance, including equipment provision. And everyone knows, and it's not a secret anymore, the EU-Turkey deal and how the German was a kind of the hidden engineer behind this plan, and it's resulted to the crisis of Moria that we all witness today. And from Turkey and Greece to Libya, also you can see how the German and the EU rule, and actually I'm talking about German precisely because this PPT is taking place in Berlin. So the German government is also responsible for what's going on in Libya and how they play an immediate role between different militias and how it's involved with Italy and France under the umbrella of EU to fund the militias and to feed the crisis in Libya, and then we complain about people crossing the sea, and we do the repression against the NGOs working in the rescue mission at the sea, the closure of the NGO and the criminalization and all what we see. But actually, this is all effect and a direct effect of the EU policies of Fortress Europe and closing the borders. The topic is so long, a lot of information, a lot of details, more than a decade, really, EU working harshly on this, and now we are living the consequences of these plans. I hope with my intervention that I just gave a brief and overview how Germany is really involved in doing all that. Thank you.
That was Mohammed Kashif from Alarm Forum talking about the cooperation with the EU neighboring countries despite human rights violations. Thank you, Mohammed, and thank you, Philip, for your inputs. Philip's talked about smuggling, human trafficking, and the EU borders. Mohammed highlighted the impact of that on the current situation of refugees, including the miserable situation that people have in Moria, for example, and what's the responsibility of Germany behind that as engine of the Turkey-Europe deal, as well as the deal with the Libyan coast guards as well. Now, I would leave the floor for the jury to see if any of the jurors here in person and online have any questions for the participants who gave their input during the last hearing about the access of healthcare. Any questions?
Question, if I may?
Yeah, go ahead. Excuse
yes,
me, Philip is still with us online, so you can also address him if you have a question to him.
Thank you. Just a follow-up on some of the points that were raised by Mohammed Al-Kashaf. How successful is this cooperation in terms of its ability to actually curb migration flows? So how much of it has made just the migration flows move more into the informal and the clandestine and just kind of sidestep this situation of further surveillance and further border security? I was wondering. And also you mentioned that there's a complete lack of transparency in terms of the role of the German companies in providing these trainings and being involved in these security practices. And I was wondering if you could talk a bit more of that, even if we don't have the raw data, what role are they playing in pushing forward this securitization agenda on the part of Germany? And yeah, I think that's it. Thank you.
The floor is yours, Mohammed, to answer.
Yeah, so actually, when it comes to how this practice and behavior and agreements affect the migration flow, I would say that migration is a human nature. It's by nature since long time. If we want to measure it with success, so yeah, they are successful somehow. They decreased the numbers arriving to Europe, but didn't decrease the migration numbers in general at all. We see how many people stuck in Libya, in Niger, in Turkey, even in Greece, in the islands, in south of Italy, in Spain. So the problem is still exists. It's not any way a solution. Why security and why militarizing the problem? Actually, because security becomes first, because politicians feel insecure when they handle migration file. There is a lot of money in the EU and different programs in the member states just to fund what's called the third countries to develop and to implement different migration agendas, and it's going one by one in every, like actually, if you go through the study cases for different countries, you will see it's the same agenda, the same strategy, even with the same name of some national institutes that funded and supported by EU and the member states. And the role or the of the German companies, actually it's business, it's money. There is interest, and we know how it corrupted in Africa. Like nowadays in Nigeria, there is already a protest, there is a mobilization and movement going in the streets. Egypt was before, and unfortunately Germany and EU supported the coup in Egypt, and then in 2016 they were ashamed how Egypt became a kind of migration gate, or like a back gate to Europe. And since then, there was a repression. They closed the Mediterranean. So somehow this strategy for the time being, for now, kind of successful, that people don't reach Europe. But at some point, there will be an explosion, and no one will, or even never could stop the flow, the migration flow, because people actually flow with the wave. Even they say that, let's ride the wave to cross the sea. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed, for your answer. Is there any questions from the jury? Any other questions? Okay, go ahead.
For your insights and for drawing attention to the externalization of EU borders and what that involves. I have maybe more of an observation than a question, which has to do with really, while we're focused on migrants and refugees, I think what you pointed out, this kind of cooperation and kind of border enhancing capability support that cooperates with authoritarian regimes is not just targeting migrants or potential migrants, but is actually also targeting the populations in countries of the global south that are suffering under authoritarian regimes. And I think this is also important to take into account, that actually what the EU is doing is not just stopping migration, but actually supporting authoritarian governments in their repression of local populations.
Thank you for your comment and input. Do we have other comments or questions? Okay, we have one question. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Actually, again, is more than a question. It is a comment. It is a comment, if you wish. Thank you. I also thank you for putting focus on what we call the externalization of borders, in which Germany, but most of European countries, Italy, by the way, my country also was part of this. But you also pointed to something that is also important, and it is the huge amount of money, huge amount of profit that private firms in the field of security and control are really gaining out of this. I mean, the border control is becoming a huge business. It is a huge business in which not only governments, governments are spending money to control borders, are spending money to distributing a lot of aid, security, focus on security to countries, for instance, in Africa, as we have seen. But this is also benefiting a huge apparatus of private firms, an industrial apparatus of private firms that are really a huge stake in maintaining this policy of border control, or controlling borders, controlling people, etc. This is not a question, it's a comment, but I think it's something that we should always keep in mind and well, consider during the tribunal.
Thank you for your comment. Is there any other questions or comments by the jurors? Philip is still with us online, and Mohammed is here in person. Okay. So thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for everyone here with us in person. Thank you for the participation. The participants online, I am checking it now. We still have 37 participants online through the YouTube live streaming. Thank you for being with us all this long time during the day. And thank you for the jurors for their presence here and also online. Thank you for the people in the hall. And now I would announce the closing of this hearing for today and this day. We will see each other tomorrow again at 9 o'clock. Please stay with us, even on YouTube, waiting. And yeah, the other point, people in refugee are invited for dinner now. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.